We're
Oh, we
doing.
didn't think of a good intro bit,
We
though.
didn't.
Oh, no.
My good intro
Aw,
bit
shit.
is we're doing this again.
Yeah.
It happened again.
It happened again.
We like this stock.
No one's gonna invest in this. Don't invest in this.
No.
Invest in
Short this.
GBP4A.
How can I short
well, you
this?
know what?
The stock price is already a penny.
I was about to go there. I was gonna say short this, but then I thought about it and I was like, wait, shit, no, we can't lose value we never had.
So clearly,
Technically, though, our value
It's a
could go
bubble. It's a
up.
bubble.
Our value could go up once we stop, because then we're like a novelty from the past.
That's true. So what's
But
the
as
opposite?
it stands, we're gonna keep this low.
GBP4A go up.
What's the
keep
opposite
pushing
of
this thing.
shorting?
Investing?
Buying a stock.
Just
There
buying
you-
it?
Yeah, it's just actually investing.
There you go. Buy your GBP4A stock. It'll go up at some point.
P4A coin.
Oh, God damn.
Some people say it's the next Tesla. Some people. Not
Look,
me.
if we can get Elon Musk on board, I'm just saying.
Daddy Musk's gonna take us to Mars.
That picture is amazing.
I don't like this intro bit anymore.
Nope, sorry. This is what we're going with. This is where we ended up.
The best part of that is in my head hearing Gimli go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. God damn it.
Okay.
We're doing this again.
We're doing it again.
Returns.
We do it.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
It's
We've always done it
2021.
live. We've always
is,
done
in
it
fact-
in the next year also, which is very
Yeah.
funny.
Have we?
Yeah.
I thought one year we totally did it like before New Year's.
Nope.
That could be. I'm probably
The very
okay.
first year it was January 1st.
But the point is, yeah, it's 2021. But we're gonna talk about
We're gonna
the best
talk
games of the year
about
from 2020
2020 games
in various
in
categories.
various and sundry exciting categories. But you can
Sundry?
see some of them, but not all of them, because I cropped
Not all
out
of them, no.
I cropped out the table of contents. You don't get
Okay.
to see that.
Oh, you don't get to see all the fun things we added there.
No.
All right, our lists also probably incomplete because I'm tired and have been every time I've added things to this list. So
if you think of something, just stick it in there.
yeah, if you think of something while we're talking, just be like, yeah, sure, that's.
Just be like, no, this is being added in now.
Yeah.
Filibuster,
Never
the
stop
best
adding
looking
to the
game.
list.
Just
I don't like green eggs and ham. I don't.
For instance,
That's fair.
there you
That's
go.
fair.
There, you just added a thing.
like I was just thinking about it. I was like, that should probably be on the list. Like I don't like it, but it should be on the list.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, it's a
fair.
looking. It's a
It
look.
It looks great.
I
Does,
really
in fact, have
appreciate
looks.
all the anonymous animal people.
What am I?
You're the anonymous armadillo,
Oh, okay, I'll take that.
which is
I live in
very
Texas,
fitting.
That's appropriate.
2021, year of the Google furries.
I mean, the anonymous animals have always been a thing.
Yeah,
One
I
of-
know.
Yeah.
One of you is anonymous blobfish, and another one of you is anonymous coyote.
Oh, I must be an anonymous coyote.
Click on Scourgebringer. Yes, you are
Yeah.
anonymous coyote.
All right then.
Great.
That's your fursona. Now
Yep.
you know.
Now you know.
Oh,
Google
God.
has decreed that your spirit animal is a coyote.
Plague
Anyway,
scribbles furiously.
best looking video game. We didn't. I organized two things around, so the order of this is probably not as convenient as it has been in past
I was gonna
years.
say, I was thinking about it. I was like, should best style be near best looking? But whatever the fuck. Let's go. Old game of the year seems like it should start, but fuck it, it's too late now.
It's too late now. Best looking video game. The
Mm-hmm.
the numbers don't lie, and they spell Spider-Man Miles Morales. Microsoft Flight Simulator.
There's no numbers in that.
Scourgebringer. There's no numbers in most of these. Tony
What
Hawk.
I say is you're about to read one of the ones that has numbers.
That has
All right,
a
continue.
math problem, in fact.
Tony Hawk's
an
Pro
equation.
Skater 1+2, Trials of Mana, Ghost of Tsushima, The Pathless, Hades, and the Final Fantasy VII Remake.
All right. I'm just gonna say it. Scourgebringer looks very good. It is an old school, or it has that like pixelated art style, but it's not one of the ones that's trying to like emulate an old game. It's just pixelated because it's very simple, and that game needs to be very simple looking because it is very fucking fast. It's very hard to keep track of already. If that game had better graphics, it would be impossible to decipher. I think that game looks amazing, but it's also like simple pixelated art style. So if it needs to go, it needs to go.
I mean, I like simple
But I do
pixelated art.
like the way that game looks a lot.
I'm not sure I'd call it like best looking level simple pixelated art, but
No,
yeah, something to be said there.
It
Yeah,
looks good, but
I
maybe not.
personally I really like it, and I think in motion it looks just fantastic. But yeah, I get it. I just thought I should draw attention to it because man, I love how that game looks.
Sure, yeah.
All right.
All right, one down.
One down.
Great. Killing it.
Murdered.
Killed.
The first
Done.
thing murdered the first death of 2021.
Now, how
Executed.
good does Pro Skater 1+2 actually look? Because
I think it looks very good.
I've seen
I'm okay
video,
with
but-
I'm okay with saying it doesn't hang, but I feel like just it looks like how you would gussy everything up and like your memories of the old Tony Hawk's levels.
Yeah, the reason it's so
Oh, I
mind
get that.
the reason it's so mind blowing to me is first just the disparity between the original Tony Hawk 1 and 2 in this game, but then also the disparity between all the bullshit like that bad remaster of 1 and 2 and Tony Hawk 5, and this thing just like eats those breakfasts, not just in being a good game, but also looking good.
Yeah.
That's why I put it on here. I mean, like maybe it's not top 3. I'm not sure if it is or not, but that's
I really
Origin.
like
From
that.
everything I've seen, it does look very good.
I really like that Tony Hawk remake. Spoilers for later on.
All right, no, I will say I also played Miles Morales on an old system. I did not play the newest version of that. The one that was super pretty.
I played the one that
So,
was
you
super
know.
pretty, and I thought it was
super
How
pretty?
it was super
How
pretty.
pretty is that game?
Yeah, that game is very pretty. That game is it is. I think it's probably one of the top 3, but I'm okay with I'm okay with being talked out of saying that's one of the top 3, like definite. Because
The problem is I can't really pick a top 3 in this list when I look at it. I can pick like a top 5. But a top 3 is harder.
there were a lot of
Because
good-looking
Miles
video
Morales-
games, turns out.
Miles Morales looks very good. Microsoft Flight Simulator is almost entirely looking good.
Mhm.
It's basically all that game is a good-looking thing simulator.
I'm gonna look up what the Pathless is.
That game's great.
That's
very
the Falcon game, but not the other Falcon game,
I
and
will
not
have
the
more to say about that
other
later.
Falcon game, but the one with the Falcon.
I'll have more to say about that later now that I have played more of it. But needless to say, I think that game and Immortals Phoenix Rising are like 2 sides of the Breath of the Wild coin.
Hmm.
In that it is a similar big open world full of puzzles where you kind of do your own thing, but like it is a very different style of game, but it still has that kind of basic core. But also, that game looks fantastic. I also put it in best style. I think it might probably be a better fit for that category.
Hmm.
That said, I will say, like, animation-wise, I think it is one of my favorite things. There are some, like, legitimately just fucking incredible looking moments in that game. Just the way things move. Like, I don't know. It's great. I'm a big fan. But yeah, I think it might be more of a best style fit because it is much more stylized. You know?
Yeah, I'm watching
You know?
a gameplay video now, and I mean it's all right. I don't know if I don't think it's hitting for me in the way it was for you.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I'm watching a video. I haven't played the game.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we don't need to cut it right away. Should we, keep going down the list and just talking about individual games and what
Sure.
we think about them? So I put Trials of Mana on here. I think it is potentially the best looking JRPG made in Unreal Engine 4. It captures the art style of the original very well, and I just thought it was a very pretty game. It may not be best technical, and it might not hang here, but it hit for me. I'm not sure if anyone else played or has watched any of that.
Very little. Well,
Because I streamed the demo with you guys, but that was like that might have been it.
That was a while
It's been
ago.
a bit.
I also really appreciate the hilariously narrow superlative of best looking JRPG in the Unreal Engine 4.
Yeah.
Is there a few of those?
Probably. I think so.
Well, I guess there's another one down there.
But yeah.
I mean, I think they made
one.
specifically they made good use of Unreal Engine. They didn't just like take Unreal Engine and shit a game out. It's competent and beautiful. Which is, I don't know what I was expecting, but considering this is okay. So Square had 2 remakes last year. There was Trials of Mana and there was Final Fantasy VII. And Final Fantasy VII was like this huge budget, multi-year custom engine endeavor. And I think Trials of Mana looks better, and I think it looks better consistently.
Final Fantasy VII is Unreal 4.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, then I stick by what I said. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake has higher highs, but I think it has much lower lows.
I would agree with that. I've seen some rough stuff from that 7 remake.
Mm-hmm.
That said, most of that game looks incredible. But...
Oh yeah, no, they did a great job, but they also didn't do a great job. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Inconsistent performance, let's say. Also, hey, that's my pizza. I will be right back while you guys continue to talk about the best looking game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot to be said for FF7 Remake as well, just in terms of again, we talked about with Tony Hawk, but like taking this PlayStation era thing and bringing it really to a very modern standard of art direction.
But still basically keeping like the same art direction and style of the original, but just like way more detail.
I just mean in the sense that when there's that big of a gap, you have to kind of make creative decisions about what the intent was before and scaling it up and all that.
Yeah, and I think visually speaking, like for the Final Fantasy VII Remake, they pretty much, I feel like they make up almost all the right decisions as far as what how that game looks and realize Midgar and everything.
Yeah, my gripes aren't direction oriented. They're more just like look at all these shitty textures.
Oh yeah, the dump or whatever. Like there's some.
Yeah, the door and random rocks and I'll just
a little consistent.
Yeah.
Also, I'm maybe in a different tab scrolling through the list of games released on UE4 on Wikipedia, and I can't believe you would say that Trials of Mana looks better than Cyber Dimension Neptunia 4 Goddesses Online.
I'm sorry, it's a controversial opinion, but
yeah.
Hot takes.
Oh, we are not even.
Wants to try out those Neptunia games sometime. Just to find out what the fuck those are.
The problem is they're like Senran Kagura in that they're everything now. Like name a genre, and they've made a goddamn Neptunia game in it.
Okay.
Though generally speaking, they were traditionally, they started as turn-based RPGs, and I think they still are in the mainline ones. I'm not 100% on that though. Anyway, I think the only one we haven't talked about yet is Hades.
And Ghosts of Tsushima.
Oh, right, yeah. So someone Ghosts. I haven't played Ghosts.
I'm not gonna lie. To me, Ghosts of Tsushima is probably the winner of this category. As much as I love the Pathless, as much as I love a lot of things on here, Ghosts of Tsushima is fucking incredible.
It's very good looking. I think I
could accept that. Like from what I've seen of it, I haven't played it, but from what I've seen of it, just the way grass and leaves.
That was the thing I was gonna bring up was like just the wind, which is such a weird integral part of like the gameplay stuff. It just looks so good. Like you're just riding a horse across a field, and then you're like, "Where do I go?" And you call in the wind, and the grass just bends to.
Yeah. Well, it's cool because they integrated that.
Blows in a direction, and it's just
that where you need to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool because that's like because
you,
definitely in a lot of samurai movies, that's a big thing of like the wind will just pick up and that will be like a mood thing or something. Or
yeah, like you swipe up on the gamepad and the wind blows and everything just starts blowing in the direction you need to be going for your next
Because there's no like compass on the HUD or mini map or
There's
anything.
not like a
it's
bright
just...
line showing you where to go. It's literally just follow the wind.
Was Tsushima the one that you guys were playing, you being TFP and Making Mad were playing multiplayer of that one time?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we did do the multiplayer.
We did the multiplayer.
Yeah, that was cool. I'm watching a video here and it looks great, but the multiplayer also had like a very different kind of...
very different style. It was all like weird, like
yokai.
Mode, like, lighting was all different.
Yeah, and I like...
There was a giant moon.
There was a giant... Well, for some people.
So, yeah. Yeah, no, this game looks real good. Damn good. Yeah, I can see that being easily top.
Ghost of Tsushima is, like, just fucking outstanding looking.
Wow.
Like, that is probably one of my... Like, I would just ride through that game, and I would just, like, look around and just be like, holy fuck. Like, just not doing anything. Just riding around or just climbing somewhere and just, like, stop and rotate the camera around and just be like, god damn it, this looks good.
So...
Because, man, that game consistently just looks amazing. Just fuck... Oh, my god. And just... Like maybe it goes into, like, a style category thing, but there's so many varied environments you end up in.
I mean, I think it just looks good general.
Yeah.
So, like, are we... Just as, like, in an agreement thing, are we definitely, like, keeping Ghost of Tsushima? Probably?
I think that has to be one of them, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, Ghost is set and Flight Simulator is set.
Flight Simulator is, like, visually fucking outstanding, because, again, that's most of that is just like, yo, look at this shit. Look at our real-time weather shit going on.
I see someone has highlighted the Spider-Man, and I'm okay with cutting it. I think I was maybe the one who's defending that the most in terms of...
Okay. I could see that, because, again, like Spider-Man Miles Morales is good, but also, like, half of that game is also just old Spider-Man as well.
I mean, it's like the city from the old Spider-Man with some nice effects. And they put the ray tracing in the PS5 version, and it looks real good to see yourself in the reflection of the skyscrapers and whatnot. But
so, like, of the remaining games on an individual basis, what do you guys think, like, the third of the top three would be? I don't think we need to cut Spider-Man yet, unless you want to.
I mean, I can...
Tony Hawk looks good. I really like the Pathless, but again, I think it might be better for a best style thing. I will say, in that game's favor, there's a similar game where I've just been kind of walking around and doing stuff and just, like, stopped and turned the camera and looked around and just been like, damn it, this looks like...
No one's talking...
It gives me the same sense of, like, almost like Cuphead, where it was like you're playing a cartoon or something. Where it's like it felt like I was playing an old animated thing, just like a 3D animated movie or something. It's just like, this just looks so fucking good.
I don't think anyone's talked about Hades. Does anyone like feel that is the best looking, or do they kind of put it more in style? I'd probably put it more.
It's hard to...
It's hard because that game is two distinct different styles. There's the 2D and there's the 3D. And to be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of the 3D stuff. The 3D stuff is not anything super amazing or special to me, but the 2D stuff is so fucking good.
It is some really good portraits for that game.
Yeah,
like if there was another category for best art.
Yeah, it might be more of a... Yeah, it might be more of a style thing than it is.
I would agree with that,
because the character portraits are like the character designs are probably the strongest part of that game.
Immaculate.
Yeah, so we can probably nix Hades then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, as much as I honestly love the overall look of the game, and probably Final Fantasy VII Remake, even though like no one's... Has anyone here actually played it?
Nope.
No.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't played it all.
Yeah. I mean, I just can't speak to it too much, even though from what I've seen of it, it looks fantastic. But
yeah, I think we can probably nix that.
All right.
I mean, honestly, of the remaining games, I'm leaning towards Tony Hawk.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm okay with losing the Pathless, because I think it has probably a better place in best style.
Yeah, and
I'm also kind of leaning Tony Hawk as the third.
Yeah, as much as I love it, Trials of Mana, I don't think I'm gonna get like group support on that. And I think Tony Hawk probably beats it anyway. So You can
So
cut
our
Trials.
final three be
Trials and Spider-Man.
yeah, Flight Sim, Tony Hawk, and Ghost.
I'm okay with this.
But now, which one is the best looking one?
I
I
would
mean-
definitely go Ghost of Tsushima. That game looks fucking amazing.
I
But,
also
like-
would lean towards Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, I'm
Ah.
fine with it. Flight Simulator is amazing, but it's also like very specific.
Like the regions that are like focused on are really good, and then everything else is like, I mean, it's still really good, but you know, spires,
Best hell monoliths.
best hell monoliths. So, congratulations to the Ghost
Did we
of
not even?
Tsushima.
Wow, Doom Eternal wasn't even on the list, was it?
I don't think that game looks
No.
that great.
We didn't add it, but also that.
Yeah.
Like compared,
I'm
even
gonna be
compared
honest,
to
like, I
Doom
was-
2016, like I think that game just looks weird.
So I
It
think
has
weird
2016
direction
has a
and
better
stuff.
style for a lot of the enemies.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah.
I
I'm
was
just
actually,
kind of surprised because I mean,
yeah, and, like now that I think about it, it was kind of surprising. But like, I think my argument against it would have just been like, I've looked at the models from 2016 and I've looked at the models from Eternal, and I kind of think the ones from Eternal seem like, in every way except just like pure graphical power, a downgrade.
Mhm.
But I guess that's more of a stylistic argument of like, I think Doom Eternal just has a worse style.
Mhm.
Also, the Icon of Sin looks like garbage.
A little bit.
I haven't even seen the Icon of Sin,
All right.
but I'll take your
Oh.
word for it.
you guys ready to party?
I'm always ready
I
to
am.
party.
I may or may not
with-
be ready to party.
with the characters we'd most like to party with.
Hold on.
Featuring.
I'll be back in a minute. You guys talk about parties.
Alright.
Yeah.
That's the fucking party. It's right there is what that is. Late entrant.
We got
He's bringing the booze.
Tony Hawk from the Tony Hawk, 52-year-old Tony Hawk. We got the Aerith,
Existential crisis.
Aerith
Yeah.
and/or Eris from Final Fantasy VII, the remake.
Uh-huh.
Clearly says Aerith.
Hormano from Sunset Riders.
Yeah.
Dr. Doomjazz, Sam Daybreak, and Shinji, all from Paradise Killer. Flick from Animal Crossing New Horizons. Carlos.
Who added him?
I wonder who added him. Carlos from Resident Evil 3. Megara from Hades. I wonder who added her. Ichiban Kasuga from Yakuza 7. And showing up fashionably late to the party, the Icon of Sin from Doom Eternal.
Hold on. Can I get just a normal picture of this, or is that impossible? Something very important that we need to factor in while we have this discussion, and that is the shirtless Carlos mod. Can I? Yeah, there we go. Hold on.
Remember when they made the
Some
mod
Discord.
that makes like Mr. X like just wear a tiny Speedo?
I do remember that, but also shirtless Carlos. Look at that guy.
That's quite a party.
Tell me you're not impressed. You can't.
He looks like that guy from Tekken.
A little bit.
Miguel, I think.
All right. So, how much of this can we talk about without Rob present? Because he disappeared.
I mean, oh, this is gonna be okay. No, it's not gonna be a 8 billion letter
Just preliminary. I guess we could set forth preliminary discussion of the rules involved in the party here. Like, you know, this is a character we would most like to party with. So, does it necessarily have to be a character you would get along with?
thing. No,
Okay.
you just have to like show up at a party and be like, "Let's party."
You'd have
Oh,
to,
that like
you'd have
somebody
to get
that
along
you-
with them enough that it wouldn't get in the way of partying with them, certainly.
Yeah,
So this is like if you showed up at a party and then you were like, "Oh shit, that guy's here." You'd be like, "Hell yeah, that guy's here at the party."
yeah.
That
Sure.
this person improves the party.
Mhm.
Okay. Not gonna lie, I added it last second and kind of as a joke, but I'd be psyched if I showed up at a party and the Icon of Sin was there. Because that means that party is gonna be fucking wild.
Oh, boy.
That is gonna be, in fact, a very wild party.
The
Mhm.
longer the Icon of Sin remains at this party, the stronger he becomes.
I feel like the Icon of Sin, a number of these characters are like, this party could go a lot of ways if they're present. Like,
Yeah, no,
I'm-
that's
I'm-
fair.
I'm not sure what kind of party it's going to be with the Icon of Sin. I'm not saying that any of the possibilities are going to be bad, but they are going to be varied.
Yeah, no, results may vary for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight could take a turn. Same with Shinji from Paradise Killer. I feel like for similar reasons, in that guy's nuts. That guy likes knife murder.
He does. I mean, who doesn't
Also,
like knife murder?
I feel like he would also be way better to party with than Sam Daybreak and Doom Jazz. Though Doom Jazz is a doctor with robot hands.
Well,
so like,
I feel like of the Paradise Killer people, I feel like the person I'd be psyched to see at a party would be like Sam, like personally.
Yeah, well, he's a bartender.
He's a bartender, and he's a cool skeleton man.
It's true.
Doom Jazz, I feel like I don't know if I want to go to the same parties that Doom Jazz goes to.
Yeah. No, I don't. I would not party with Doom Jazz.
But I feel like he might enable some weird shit at that party.
I feel like yeah.
Doom Jazz is into some weird shit.
He seems like the kind of asshole who would like slip someone, not do it himself, but if someone asked him for roofies, he'd give them to them.
Yes.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I'm not a big fan of Doom Jazz.
He looks really cool though. He's got the look.
He does
have a look.
He's got and an accent. He's got a nice Scottish accent.
You know who else has a look and an accent? Carlos.
Also Cormano.
No, that's fair. Yeah. These are actually two very similar characters.
Are we cool with having Doom Jazz without Rob here, by the way?
Well, I mean, you assume that he's got an accent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take the silence as a yes.
Sorry, what? Oh, yeah.
I was going to ask if we were cool with at least cutting Doom Jazz. And...
Yeah, I mean, I was just wondering if we want to wait for Rob or not, but... Okay.
Well, he will probably turn up before we come to a final decision here, so we can cut out some of these people. All right.
Gotcha. And as much as I love Cormano, I mean, I love him because he looks cool as hell.
He does look very cool.
He was my go-to back in the day when I played Sunset Riders. I'd never played as anyone but Cormano.
And his bullets are also pink.
This is true.
In retrospect, it's weird because as a child, I was very worried about my brothers thinking that I was in some way, shape, or form girly. And yet I never thought twice about picking Cormano every single time because look at that motherfucker. He's cool as shit.
Cormano.
I really like this. Because I forgot which one Cormano was. I'm going to be super real, so I looked it up. I like this picture that's in the Googling Cormano Sunset Riders.
I was literally about to post that picture.
Cormano has a look.
He does. Like, if I showed up at a party and that guy was in the corner, I'd be like, fuck yes, this party's great. Also, I want to point out here that if I'm reading this info page correctly, his name is Cormano Wild.
I believe you were reading that info page correctly. His favorite word is courage.
I think we can keep Cormano for now. I was going to say, he's not pushed out enough, but you know what? Whatever. We can keep him for now.
Keep him for a little bit.
I'm going to hold on to Cormano.
Yeah.
I feel like I would be psyched about a party that Cormano attended.
So Tony Hawk, I feel like he's one of those guys who could go a number of ways. Like he's obviously a very cool dude, and like if they had a half pipe installed at the party and he was doing tricks, that might be kind of rad. On the other hand, he's got this whole existential dread thing going on, and I got that too. So that's not a bad thing. But do we want to bring that to the party?
So my thought was going off my original premise of you walk into the party and you see this person there, and you're like, hell yes, this person's here. With Tony Hawk, I feel like you walk into the party and you look over and you're like, who's that guy? And then Tony Hawk just slips further into the dread. Yeah. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, Tony, but he's too late. He's drifting.
Yeah, you come in and you look over in the corner. It's like, is that Tony Hawk? I want to ask him, but that would be so, not the cool thing to do. And
you walk into the party and it's like, man, someone brought their dad.
I mean, I'm getting to the age where it's dad parties all the way down. So I mean, that's not the not the worst part.
That's true.
Can we cut that and just quickly go to like a domain registrar and buy up dadparty.com?
Hold on, let me search for dadparty.com. Oh, this is not a secure website.
Oh no!
I should probably.
We're telling you to turn back.
I should probably go.
Dadparty.biz.
Okay, let me search for that one though.
Dadparty.xxx.
Do not
I don't
search
think
for
there
that
are
one.
anymore. I don't think there are any more .xxx sites out there.
Oh, they got rid of that domain? I didn't know.
I mean, probably not, but like, I don't know.
I know they're like super expensive
Oh, weird.
comparatively to like other.
So if you want to run an adult website now, you have to add hub at the end, so it'd be like dadhub.party.
Dadparty.party.
I'm back.
Welcome back to Dadparty.party.
What?
The discussion went off the rails. Anyways.
We cut
Dr. Doom
Dr.
Jazz.
Doom Jazz.
Yeah, we cut Dr. Doom Jazz from people we'd like to party with.
Oh,
We also clarified that the idea behind this list is like, if you showed up at a party and then you looked over and saw this person or character attending the party, you'd be like, hell yes, this person's here. This party is instantly better.
Gotcha.
That is the criteria for most liked to party.
Okay.
Someone you are pumped to see at the party.
I haven't played it, but we should put an asterisk to Ichiban, I feel.
Okay.
I can get behind that.
I feel like he's one of those characters that could go a couple of ways because he's a cool dude, but like
Ichiban is a very cool dude.
What a party with Ichiban
And
be like.
unlike Kiryu, Ichiban knows what sex is.
Fair.
Debatable.
I have seen the end of certain quest lines.
Hey, fair.
Look, there's certain quest lines throughout the Yakuza games, and Kiryu still doesn't know what sex is. So, like,
that's fair.
Man, Kevin.
Do you remember that part in Yakuza 0 where you like beat the high score in the outrun thing, and that chick's just like, "Oh, now time for your reward.
Time for your reward. It's a ride you won't forget. It's not an outrun. It's a hang on.
Oh, what is? Hang on, yeah. And it just like cuts to Kiryu just giving like the sternest stare, just like fuck.
It's so good. And then also like the one in Majima's one where the lady's like, I'll show you my fantasy zone when you get a high score on Space Harrier, and then they just bring out a fantasy zone machine. This is good stuff.
Good. Dear.
Also, if you looked at the Discord, you'll see the reason that Carlos from Resident Evil is on this list. Shirtless Carlos mod, very good. Use of everyone's time.
Oh, I
that
see.
came out within like a week of the game releasing. Shirtless Carlos mod hit fast.
It's like Hot Ryu.
Yeah, it's just I find it funny that hit before any of the other depraved things people came out with for that game.
Oh, I'm sure it didn't, but
first order of business was getting the shirt off of Carlos.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you know how they had like Evil Ryu and like even eviler Ryu versions? Carlos is kind of like the hotter Ryu.
Hottest
like
Ryu.
If there was some kind of like graph or like alignment chart for like evil, good, hot, or not hot, he's further on the evil side of the Ryu chart.
How many Ryus are in Dragon Ball Fighters?
I had to find that tweet where they did the math of like counting each individual organization of parties. No, not just Goku's. You could have 7,000 different matchups. That is just different combinations of Goku.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and propose really quickly that we create a new category. Add the please stop category back in, and the winner and only entrant is adding more Gokus.
Fair. If you want
please
that, I
stop. Please stop adding more Gokus.
Oh, okay, no, yeah, never mind.
They're still doing DLC for that game, aren't they?
Yes,
they sure are.
I think they they announced a Goku.
I'm pretty sure Super Baby 2 just came out.
Oh right, I forgot about Super Baby.
Super Baby 2.
I mean, you can just stop adding more Gokus, really.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? No, because they could add Goku to other things that would be fun, I guess. But specifically, yes, stop adding more Gokus to that game.
Okay, all right, fine, fair enough.
Because you could add them to other things, and it'd be like, all right, this is a good time.
Right, yeah, like if they put Goku in Smash, like sure.
Yeah, I'll take that. But only if they also add Superman at the same time.
Yeah, if you want it, I'm down with that.
The internet
Gotta
can
keep the-
finally be
yeah.
solved.
You know, you got to keep the fight going forever. They're both perfectly balanced.
his Superman's final
5-5
smash is
matchup.
he just flies through rings and Lex Luthor in the background just goes, "In short time, your fate will be sealed, Superman."
No, that's his side B. Puts rings on the stage you have to fly through.
Great, perfect.
Someone tell me
So
who Flick from Animal Crossing is.
So that's what I was about to say.
that is TFP's persona.
Basically, Flick is the person who shows up on your island and is like, "I like bugs. Do you have any bugs? I'll buy your bugs." And he's like this weird tortured artist, and I love him because he's like this weird emo tortured artist.
Flick is a goth/punk chameleon.
Yes, and you can give him 3 of a bug, and then he will make a little like figurine of the bug for you.
There you go.
There we go. I feel like if I saw him at a party, he would be sitting in a corner, like rocking back and forth, and I would also be sitting in a corner rocking back and forth. But I'm okay with.
I feel like if I saw
corner.
him at a party, I would immediately get concerned about the kind of party I just walked into.
I'm okay with cutting Flick.
Okie doke.
Look at that guy, though. He's so cool.
Yeah, nice. Got
He's pretty
style.
cool. He's fine. All right, Rob, what do you think about running into? Oh wait, also we were gonna remove Tony Hawk because like
Existential.
He's a dad.
Yeah.
That was the discussion of dad
that's
parties.
where the dad party came from.
Right, and I don't think there's necessarily anything inherently wrong with a dad party. I just feel like
It's true.
The existential
9 o'clock
dread
comes around.
that Tony Hawk carries could bring things down at some point. Even though he's a really cool dude.
Yeah, somebody's gonna ask Tony Hawk why he's there at some point. It's just gonna go downhill.
Mhm.
All right.
Played that
Rob,
much
how
Final
do you
Fantasy
feel-
VII Remake, but I feel like Aerith definitely seems like one of the more party pro characters.
That's true.
I feel like
how do you feel about it?
I feel like if I'm thinking of the cast of Final Fantasy VII Remake, like I'm thinking Jessie
Sure.
is like
I would
a
accept that,
party.
yeah. And
Sure.
she got like hugely improved by the remake too.
Amazingly.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't even considered her, but yeah, I mean, I feel like she would definitely also be a suitable.
But
party
I don't
character.
know. I don't know if she wins necessarily because I like haven't played that, and
That's true.
so
Sure.
I can't really speak to.
Yeah, she doesn't.
All right.
I don't think Aerith needs to make the finals. All I'm saying is, yeah, she's definitely got more party vibes than a lot of the other cast.
All right.
Game.
She does hit people with chairs.
Indeed.
Is that a thing? What?
Yeah. She hits dude with a chair.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's where Cherith came from.
I
Right.
what? I don't
I-
even know what you're talking about.
Party and Aerith
Steel
is-
chair.
Mhm.
Goes it pulls it underneath the ring.
You walk into a party and Aerith's there, you know things might get wild.
And then she
No,
just
there's a lot of fan art of Aerith about to hit people with chairs.
and then she just walks up to you and she's like, "Dilly dally, shilly shally."
No, that's Tifa.
Damn it! I
Get
fucked
your
it up.
Final 7 characters right.
I
God.
fucked it
Your
up.
waifu's right. God damn it.
I just remembered that was a thing from Advent Children.
Oh right. For
That movie's
That
okay.
was the thing.
no. Stop it.
It's not.
So let's talk
Ruined
about
Final Fantasy 7. All right.
let's talk about Meg for a second. What kind of party is Meg at?
That's fair. Meg is honestly not the kind of person to party.
She's drinking alone in the corner,
She's hanging out with
And
Flick.
glaring. Don't
Just,
forget
like-
don't forget the glaring.
glaring and
the most
drinking,
important part.
and just continuous drinking. All the ambrosia.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would honestly probably not be a lot of fun at a party.
Hanging out with
No.
I'm not
Flick.
gonna lie.
It'd be like it's like that bit in First Class when they walk up to recruit Wolverine,
and
it's
he's
just
like, "Fuck
off.
you," and they're like,
Yeah.
"Okay, nope, I'm out."
That's
The
it.
problem
Meg
with
at a party.
partying the problem with partying of literally anyone in Hades is that they're all Greek gods or related to them, which means they're all terrible people that you don't want to be around, especially if they're drunk.
Yeah. Like I
They're not
considered
fun.
because it seemed obvious to put like Dionysus on here,
Yeah.
but like no,
No,
When that dude gets drunk, people get cursed forever.
it's gonna go way too. He's gonna take it way too far. You're gonna wake
As
up
they
with like a
do.
banana in your ass in the morning. Like no.
Uh huh. It's like
Like, why am I covered? Why is there a
responsible for King
banana in my ass, and
Midas.
why am I covered in olive oil? What the fuck happened last night?
I ain't falling for
And
no banana and no
I
tailpipe.
ain't falling for no banana, no tailpipe.
Dionysus.
Apparently, Dionysus. I don't know. I don't trust them. I don't trust they have a
No,
party of Dionysus.
don't trust anyone from Greek mythology. That's just a good lesson all around.
In general, it's true.
The character
So,
just
sadly,
like to party with Zeus from Immortals Phoenix Rising.
Oh dear.
You know what? I would be more okay with that, I think.
No.
Because he's still a monster, don't get me wrong.
You've turned
but
a lot
sadly-
of people into a lot of things.
God.
Sadly, I think the same logic could probably apply to partying with the Icon of Sin.
Yeah, I feel like the thing with the Icon of
Don't-
Sin is it could either be like a rad party or it could be like Hellraiser.
Yeah,
that's the problem, I feel. Is
I don't
that,
want to go to a
on the one
Hellraiser
hand, if I
party.
get to the party and the Icon of Sin is there, it's like, alright, we're gonna get up to some shit. On the other hand, there's a good chance everyone dies and Earth gets invaded by an army of demons. So, like, you know, roll your dice.
And then he just says,
But,
like, he just constantly says, like, in backwards text, like, to beat the game, you must kill me, John Romero. And it's like, I don't...
It's true.
You know, he doesn't...
Oh,
I don't
man.
think he does that in Doom Eternal, and that's the
He
worst
does
part
not.
of Doom Eternal.
It's messed up. There's not even a John Romero head inside of him.
There should be a John Romero head. Just
Right?
hide one in there. Come on.
And it's crazy they didn't include it.
The only good part of Doom 2 is the crazy beheaded John Romero sprite.
Let's get back to Paradise Killer for a second.
Yeah.
So, like,
Yeah, we've got two entrants here.
what does Shinji bring to a party? Or what is a
Right,
Shinji
hold on.
party like?
Hold on. Have you seen Shinji?
He's the weird, like, multi-armed fox thing, right?
Yeah, multi-armed weird fox demon man that just has a giant sensor bar over his dick the whole time. Now that's a picture of John Romero, not Shinji. It's very similar. They're very similar in appearance.
That's a good signature.
Hang on, can I...
Anyways,
if I do this, does it show up? No, it does not show up on the stream. If I just drag my Discord window over because I want it to show that. Oh well, that's a good picture.
That is a Shinji. To be fair, I think Shinji's pretty great. He likes knife murder. He likes bringing down the system. You know, he's just all around a good time. That said, he is also a demon with a tendency to explode. I feel like that could go multiple places.
You talk to him and then he just explodes right in front of you.
Yeah, but then he reappears, and the explosion is not like a harmful explosion. Which,
to
be fair, would be pretty cool at a party if somebody was just constantly exploding.
I have an important Paradise Killer question.
Yes.
Is it that he reappears, or is it that he's just everywhere? Because, like, there were times in the stream where I saw multiple Shinjis from one spot.
That's true. So he is essentially, he's coalescing out of the atmosphere, basically, so I think he could just be in multiple places at once.
So is he Dr. Manhattan?
A little bit. If he was like a short, like, demon man.
Well, they're clearly. I mean, they're clearly blurring the big blue dong.
Yeah,
this
throwing up the fingers in every direction. Middle fingers and peace signs. Shinji's a cool dude. He is my favorite dude in Paradise Killer. If I had to party with someone from that game, it would be Shinji.
I feel like Sam would be good at a party, you know, with or without the drinks, just a cool guy to hang out with, and probably wouldn't be murdering anyone.
That's
probably.
True.
Maybe.
Probably. But he did help commit a murder in the game, so you know. And he's an assassin. He kills people all the time.
He did used to be an assassin. This is true. All of this is true.
Wait, hold on. A Hitman game didn't come out last year, right?
No.
Okay, never mind.
It was this year.
I was thinking about throwing in Agent 47 because I just imagined how fun it would be to be at a party where there was an assassin going around killing people and replacing them the whole time. And it's like, oh, this party is fucking great. People are just dropping left and right. So he just found a guy in the upstairs bedroom. This is amazing.
The toilet exploded.
There is a mission in Hitman 3 that is that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm reminded of the that one Giant Bomb fan creation with Helmut Kruger Jr.
Yes. Thank you, Helmut Kruger Jr.
Okay, but yeah.
So I could see cutting Sam.
Yeah.
I could see cutting Sam. Honestly, I could see cutting Sam and Shinji in a way because I would party with Ichiban. Ichiban is just a good dude.
Ichiban is the dude who's like, oh, you tripped and fell, and he's just like immediately there to be like, here you go. I'm just gonna pick you up with my giant Japanese Superman muscles.
Yeah, he definitely brings real positive vibes.
Yeah, like nothing's gonna go wrong at a party that you're hanging out with Ichiban.
Things might go wrong at a party with Shinji.
Things would probably go wrong at a party with Shinji, I'm not gonna lie. He's, an extra dimensional demon.
So our final three were Mano, Carlos, and Ichiban.
I'm fine with
okay with that. Alright, now the real problem is, which of these three guys is the winner?
Fuck.
So again, I really like the idea of running into Ichiban at a party because he's just a good dude. Also, he now runs a multinational snack corporation.
This is true.
So he's fucking rich.
Mm-hmm.
That said, he does hang out with some questionable characters, let's say. A party that you're at with Ichiban is probably going to be a good time. Things will work out okay in the end.
I would agree.
Carlos is just a cool dude.
Yeah.
Carlos is a solid, cool-ass dude.
Well, Carlos is great because they took this kind of forgettable, annoying,
so bad.
like character in the original who just like had this like Hispanic accent and just was like Hispanic like hot dude constantly hitting on Jill horribly, and it was just terrible. And she was just
also, he didn't look Hispanic or hot.
No, he had the center part Leonardo DiCaprio hair because it was the late 90s. So he just had the same generic kind of hair, and he just kind of was like meh, just forgettable. And so that's part of the reason why I think like he's so good in the remake, and he's like one of the parts of the RE3 remake that is like a definitive improvement, no question. Carlos is way better, to the point where like I'm like there's a little sex going on between these two, maybe. I don't know. There's a little
there might be
eyes.
sex in this sexless universe.
There might be sex finally in this sexless universe.
Carlos might finally be the character that's hot enough that someone in Resident Evil gets laid.
Finally.
He joins Barry.
I mean, Ada's in Resident Evil. The problem is also Leon.
It's true.
They're both hot
and Leon in the same room. Well, Leon's just not going to try. Carlos is actively making an attempt.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, Carlos went from dude no one cares about to dude where everybody's like, yeah, he could get it.
Yeah. He should.
Look at that guy.
I don't really have a preference among the three main characters because, like, Cormano doesn't have like much character, but man, look at that guy.
Also, his name is Cormano Wild,
and his favorite word is courage.
Yes,
true. I feel like
someday I wish I spend.
I feel like Ichiban is my winner.
I would agree with that.
I could see that. I could see Ichiban. From what I've seen of Ichiban, he seems like a guy.
And if there's one thing, and if we're taking this just in the other sense, like if there's one character I know knows how to organize and lead a party, it's Ichiban. I would party with Ichiban.
It's true. All of Carlos's party is dead.
That's true. Carlos, wingman.
He rides in with is dead or betrays him, or both.
Or both.
I'm okay with this list.
Not good.
Sure.
Yep.
Party with Ichiban. It's a good time.
I believe it. Anyway, next up is the most anticipated that maybe made more sense a couple weeks ago. And last year, with Scott Pilgrim versus the World, the game complete edition. That's a lot of punctuation. That's some oof. Guilty Gear Strive, Nier Replicant version 1.224744871139, which I think is the square root of 3. I think.
Oh,
I could be wrong.
That's interesting.
Let me double check my math here. No, it is not the square root of 3. I know there's something to do with that number. I maybe.
Okay.
Hold on. No, I forget what the number is. Monster Hunter Rise, No More Heroes 3, Hitman 3, Ghostwire Tokyo, and Resident Evil 8 Village.
Nice.
All right, I would like to throw out a suggestion here. Most anticipated, literally any news from Platinum Games that proves they still exist.
Did you see the interview with Hideki Kamiya recently?
Where he was like,
No.
hey, maybe just forget about Bayonetta 3 for a while.
And then it'll be a nice surprise when it pops back up.
Yeah, he's like, that way, if you're not worried about it, it'll just be a nice surprise when we do have news.
Oh God.
It's just like, oh no.
Oh fucking.
That's what made me think of that. Is I saw that this morning. It was just like, fuck.
Scalebound fucking ruined that company.
God damn it.
Thanks,
All right, how do we
Microsoft.
get Reddit to put all their money into Platinum Games?
I don't think they're publicly traded, so
They're not. I tried earlier in the week. I was looking into investing in Platinum Games. I wouldn't anyways because they're dead. But you know,
Platinum never loses luster.
It doesn't.
No, but it does die.
It does
apparently.
just die.
We'll need to wait for their third incarnation, Clover, Platinum, whatever the hell is next.
Platinum Clover.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right.
It would be nice. It would be nice to know.
I want to.
Yeah.
I also just, I want to point out Scott Pilgrim vs. the World and Hitman 3 both have come out.
It's true.
Yes, that is true.
So, by that token, do we just want to get rid of them at this point? Because, I mean...
Let me just say a quick bit about Scott Pilgrim, which is, I feel like any game that has been delisted for a long period of time, especially games that were only available digitally in the first place, get a certain amount of mythical qualities to them. Like if PT was coming back, that would be like, I would put that on most anticipated. And that's what Scott Pilgrim.
PT came back. Sorry, go ahead.
That's what Scott Pilgrim was for me, and that's why I put it on the list. I'm not sure if that's good enough to keep it there.
It's definitely really cool.
It's a very good video game.
Yeah.
I love it. I love that.
Like that was one of those things that for ages was just like, you just can't get hold of this thing anymore. Yeah. It's just gone. And then it's like, finally freeing it from purgatory.
Like if Sega brought Afterburner back, I'd be like, fucking yeah.
Hell yeah. Man, Afterburner Climax is so good. I'm glad I have a copy of it that's sitting on this PS3 and I'm not deleting it.
I don't, and I will probably have to play it illicitly through an emulator at some point.
I also played it in an arcade, actually. Playing it in an arcade is terrifying because it has one of those motion seats, or the one I did have, and I legitimately could not handle it at some point. Like I only got 2 stages in before I was like, the motion seat is making this way harder.
Also, I just want to say this is a good list. These are some games.
This is true.
They are.
I want to talk about Hitman in the same way that Graf talked about Scott Pilgrim. In that Hitman 3 is very good. Hitman 2 was very good. Hitman was very good. All those Hitman games are good. If I could play these games at the moment, there would probably have been a stream of the first Hitman last night in Hitman 3, but, we'll get to that.
Yeah, I can definitely see, like if they announce, hey, there's going to be another one of them Hitmans, I mean, I can see why people get excited.
Also, there is a level in Hitman 3 that's just Knives Out, and that's amazing.
Yeah. Great. Oh, yeah, another great thing you anticipate with all the Hitman games is all the giant bomb shit they sneak in there.
That is true.
There are 2 people talking about how someone stole a Blu-ray and won't give it back, like Dan and Bacalar, which is very fun.
Yeah, and there's another one I'm trying to remember, but
there was. I saw a thing of 2 NPCs having a knife v bat conversation.
Yeah, that was the one.
Oh,
it's a good time.
That.
And good stuff.
So should those 2 fall off since they have technically already released and are thus no longer anticipated?
Sure.
I do still agree that Scott Pilgrim vs. the World had that kind of thing of like, I am so glad this game finally exists in a way.
It lives again. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's also like they did a limited run thing, so now it's also physical, which is
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
That is good. Yeah. Okay, I'm fine with taking those 2 off onto the technicality if that's where we're going.
All right. So, okay, personally, for me here, I am not that excited at all about Resident Evil Village.
I am
I'm
the
very,
same
very
way,
much
but
excited about Monster Hunter Rise. But
I'm
I
very
understand
excited.
that Rob is probably like the other way around.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about Monster Hunter Rise. Really, I am
Yeah.
very excited for Village, and it's craziness.
Yeah,
How-
Village is one of those
how-
things where literally everything I see about it, I care less about that game.
except
It's like,
except
this
for
just looks like
except for the
bad
vampire
first-person
lady.
Bloodborne with a shitty gun. I hate it.
But
Disgusts
what are
me.
your thoughts on
Anyways,
vampire lady? Large
even care.
vampire MILF.
Don't even care.
I'm
Mommy
surprised
milkers.
by that.
Not even a little bit interested. Everything you
I-
love is shit, Rob.
I don't
Thanks.
know where Resident Evil is these days in terms of like narrative and gameplay, but I do like the aesthetic they're going for in Village.
I mean, I'm very. It is probably
basically
my
what I'm-
number one here.
Yeah. What I'm getting at here is that I think Resident Evil Village and Monster Hunter Rise probably both make the final list, but I don't think either of them wins.
Really? Huh. I'm pretty.
Those are the
The,
two
one-
I would have. Like,
the ones I'm particularly hot on right now are Nier and Ghostwire.
The one that I feel like I would cut people over would be Ghostwire Tokyo. I think that game looks amazing. I am very excited for that. Yeah.
I remember the last thing I saw of Ghostwire did not make me super excited about it.
Same. I'm just kind of like.
I mean,
I
I'm
saw
waiting
like
for it
someone.
to really
I
blow
saw
me
a
away.
gameplay thing from that game, and I was just kind of watching it. Like, I will not play this.
I loved that gameplay thing.
I didn't think I wouldn't play it. I was just watching it, going. I don't know. It didn't grab me right away. So I was just kind of wait till it gets closer to release and pay more attention to it then. I don't know. I'm not that excited for it.
I'm extremely
Yeah, like I was
for it.
excited at the initial reveal and concept. Once I saw the game
Yeah.
in motion, I was just like, no, okay, I'm done. Like I'll look at it again later, I guess, but yeah. It's just not something that grabbed me in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like a horror game.
It is. It's just like action horror.
But it doesn't. It seems like very.
I'm still into it. I think we're split 50-50 on that for whatever it's worth.
Yeah.
Okay, Guilty Gear Strive. I'm looking forward to it, but I know I shouldn't be because I know they're going to fuck it up.
I like that one
Fair.
lady. The lady who's just an SNK character with a fucking persona.
Yeah, they definitely have some.
You mean
cool-
that lady with the wolf stand?
No, with the wolf persona, yes.
Okay.
They got the vampire dude with the mask and the sword.
You can smell the bullshit blazing.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, I don't know. I think I'm kind of done caring about Guilty Gear. It still looks amazing. I'm done caring about it in the sense that I will not play that game. I still appreciate that it exists.
Yeah.
I feel like it is also at least a contender for best looking whenever it comes out.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks
Because
great,
those
but
Arxis games look really good.
They do.
I feel like any excitement I have for any fighting game going forward is with the massive caveat of how does it play online.
Yeah.
'Cause,
On
like,
the hand,
and even
on the other
then,
hand, if there's a PC version, you can do great stuff these days with Parsec.
which is crazy that that's like the better alternative in some cases.
For a number of games, yeah.
It's nuts.
Insane.
It's a fucking hack together solution to make your game work well.
Yeah, but it's so awesome that like you can add online to all these games that didn't have online
It is
before.
that's
With Parsec
it's so fucking cool.
And Steam and all those other things. Man, that's a good development of recent years.
Yeah,
Anyway,
for
that's
sure.
neither here nor there.
Yeah.
We can cut Strive.
Yeah. I think Strive can go.
Someone
Near.
I like.
Someone talk. I was about to say someone talk about No More Heroes because
I was
have,
about
like,
to talk about No More
interest in that.
Heroes. And in that, it is a thing that I'm very excited for, but I realize that I might be alone on this because I was the only one who played the top-down one.
I mean, I'm excited for it because it looks like an actual No More Heroes game as opposed to that dumb bullshit they released the other year.
That awesome top-down
No.
one that you
But,
didn't play, and you don't even know how awesome that game
dumb bullshit.
is.
That dumb bullshit.
Did we spoil the thing last
Yes.
year?
We told you
Okay.
about the Shadows of the Damned thing.
Where there's the
Yeah.
Shadows of
So I don't need to
the
play the
Damned
game.
stealth sequel.
I saw the good parts.
It's so good.
Yeah, so maybe one day they'll release like another Shadows of the Damned game.
That will never happen because
Instead
I
of
want
just
it.
this terrible top-down thing.
Yeah.
But no, the top-down thing's so
The
good
dumb
though.
bullshit.
Was it?
It was really good.
I don't know.
Some people might say it was one of the top 10 games of that year.
Those people are crazy.
This is well established, but I feel like I am okay with cutting No More Heroes.
Yeah, I'm just not super
comparatively.
into No More Heroes in general. Had a good trailer though.
Had a good trailer. I like that the bad guy is named Damon Riccatello. Because I don't think Suda51 liked EA very much. I don't know if you could tell.
You sure?
I
don't know.
I know it's like very subtle.
I thought they had a great experience with Shadows of the Damned.
He may have an axe to grind somewhat.
It's a very subtle dig at John Riccatello. I mean, no, what are you talking about? The villain of this game is Damon Riccatello.
Very different.
Very different.
Anyways, Nier we can talk about, I guess, and I'm definitely looking forward to that one. But I also haven't played the PS3 version of Nier, so I'm not sure how that affects me looking forward to it compared to other people.
I wish it was Dad Nier. That's how.
Yeah, I wish it was Dad Nier.
I agree that would be the better choice, but I'm still looking forward to it.
Oh,
and
it's still.
And B, was it just a rumor that they were going to DLC Dad Nier, or is that actually a thing?
They said something about like if it sells really well, they'd think about it or something.
Yeah, so they're very, very non-definitive then.
Yeah,
I wouldn't count on it at all. I would
That's
say
they would also have to go back and redo all the voice acting.
they'd have to redo. It's a whole new game. There's a reason why they're two different games because they really are that different. Well, they're different in the sense of like you have to change enough. Yeah, you have to change enough to. Might as well just do a whole other game or rework the game into a whole other game.
That will probably not happen as DLC.
Gotcha.
No, or it would be like I don't even know, but
like maybe like a secondary release, like expansion pack style DLC.
Yeah,
like a year later or two.
Like a standalone thing, like those Last of Us whatnots.
Yeah,
maybe. I mean, I'm excited for this. It's cool that more people are gonna get to play the original Nier. And like it's gonna have like better combat and like a frame rate, and not look like a PS2 game.
But it's missing all that sick bloom though.
I honestly love bloom in games a lot, but I can do without it. I mean, I don't know. It's weird where I'm anticipating for it, but it's like unless they're pulling a FF7 remake, like I know what that game is. I had my experience with that game, and it's probably one of my favorite games ever now. But I know what I'm getting myself into back and front. So like personally, like I'm not like as excited for it as I would be something completely new. But I'm excited that other people will get to play through it and see other people's reactions to some of the shit in that game.
Yeah, I feel pretty much the same way. I will say that I am not counting out the possibility, because you never can with fucking Yoko Taro, that Nier Replicant version, whatever the fuck, is going to turn out to actually be some like have some whole new thing built into it.
Yeah,
that's gonna spin off into some other like
absolutely. But I'm not going in thinking that. Yeah,
I'm not going in expecting it. I just have that thought in the back of my head of like, so that's more of what I would be
totally
excited about.
Possible.
Someone going like, hey, by the way, they put all this shit in here.
So the
you start off the game and suddenly there's all these Final Fantasy 14 characters.
The number is the square root of 1.5. I knew it was the square root of something.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, the point here is I'm less excited for that game and more excited for the potential of a sequel hook within that game.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so since I'm like totally 100% not a Monster Hunter person, someone tell me about Monster Hunter Rise.
They put Monster Hunter World on the Switch, and it's amazing. Basically,
they put Monster Hunter World on the Switch, and they included
like Monster Hunter
in a slightly different
Generations
format, all of the crazy Monster Hunter Generations super moves.
Yeah.
And you can climb on a monster's back when it's downed and take control of it like a mech, and then pilot it to fight other monsters.
That sounds real cool.
Monster Hunter Rise looks really
like,
cool.
It's got a bunch of new cool shit, and they brought forward the cool shit they had in Worlds to make it more accessible. Like, hey, you can just auto-craft potions. You don't need to go buy a bunch of breakable pickaxes and craft items and shit like that in the wild. You just always have a pickaxe. You can just always mine or gather resources. All the stuff that World did to make it less tedious is still in there, which was a worry that I had, was that they would go back to the old terrible way of doing things after World. And they didn't. It looks like this is just the standard going forward, and that's amazing.
It's really good.
I am excited to spend most of my year playing Monster Hunter Rise when that comes out.
All right then. Sounds good to me.
I feel like we're at a standstill at this point because
the problem is I have no idea what wins, but I am saying of these three, considering the way we all seem to feel about it, I would say we drop Nier. And then the three that we have in top are.
Of the 4 cart ones, I'd personally cut Resident Evil, but I might be alone in that.
I would also cut Resident Evil.
Well, the thing, I would also cut Resident Evil, but I know that's Rob's number one. It's like that's a personal thing for me. Is I just don't like first-person Resident Evil. I have zero interest in it. But I am less I care less about Nier Replicant than I do about Resident Evil Village. Still,
yeah, Village
because Village is a new thing and Nier Replicant is a remake.
Yeah, if Village is Rob's hill to die on, we can cut Nier.
Well, also,
I wouldn't say it's my hill to die on, but it's definitely my number one.
Yeah, well, my thing is just Village has a potential to have something new and crazy in it. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen at the end of that. You could get to the end of the game and Wesker shows up again. And it's like, fuck you, I'm back.
All sorts of dumb shit. That would be too much, but
no, nothing is too much anymore. Resident Evil's dumb. The point here is
great.
Nier Replicant might have weird bullshit in it that hints at something new. I would expect it to, kind of. But Resident Evil Village will at least keep moving the stupid Resident Evil story forward. And if nothing else, I will kind of keep a side eye on it for that, even if I have no interest in playing it.
Sure, that does have value in and of itself.
Where does the Resident Evil universe go after a castle full of vampires?
Okay, so yeah, I'm in that case, I think you've made a good point, and I'm down with cutting Nier because I do want to hold on to Ghostwire.
Yeah, because you two seem way into Ghostwire. Mm-hmm. I'm really into Monster Hunter. Rob's really into Resident Evil. The only thing is, I don't really know what wins.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like Monster Hunter had the most combined positive vibes.
Yeah, you two seem really.
You know what wins? We all win.
That's true.
Because they're a bunch of cool video games, but
that is true. But also, it's Monster Hunter.
It's probably Monster Hunter.
I feel like it's probably Monster Hunter. I can tell. I have no negative feelings towards Monster Hunter. I just don't have interest.
No, for me, it was just a thing of it was leading up to the demo. I was very concerned because this could either be great if they keep all the stuff from World, or it could be a thing where I can't play this game again. Mm-hmm. Because after playing World, I can't go back to the old Monster Hunter.
It's very hard. I've tried, and it's just
this is the Monster Hunter Rise thing is confirming this is a series I can continue to play going forward. Mm-hmm. It's oh good, Monster Hunter is not terrible. I can enjoy all of these now. Great, I love it.
Yay!
Oh, all right.
Next up,
never kept it written down.
The old video game of the year. We have written down Sayonara Wild Hearts, Doomwads, which is just a very fun thing to say. Sorry. Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night, Disco Elysium, Among Us, and Ring Fit Adventure.
Good list.
All right, I have something crazy to suggest here.
Okay.
What's that?
My top 3 on this list does not include Disco Elysium.
That
really?
That is.
Right?
I mean, I feel like this is kind of a personal thing. I mean, who played that game this year and who didn't, and because I didn't play Disco Elysium this year or last year.
I think I'm the only one that actually played it this year, but I played it, and then
Yeah, I
Mega
talked
Man
to
and
her
I
all
had
about
a
it.
big discussion about
I was
all
there
this
for
parts
some
of
of
the
it,
game
I
and
think.
TFP. Yeah, it's TFP you hopped in, so it was more like I played it,
Things
finished it,
bugged
and then
out right at the end.
finally. Yeah, I
Mhm.
had unfortunately I had some weird shit happen to me, but like we got a big old talk about all the things in Disco Elysium. That game
Okay,
was
yeah,
great.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
Disco
just
Elysium
you
was amazing.
guys really love that
But
game. Though. I was just surprised that you got it.
yeah, I mean, I could see it being cut because it really is just me that like played it,
Okay.
and then we just kind of had a big talk about it. It wasn't like we,
To be
all
fair,
played a game together or something.
I
Like it's
was
not so
like
much of a
looking
group thing.
forward to you playing that game for a while so that we can talk about it because man, I love that game.
This is really
And,
good.
Yeah.
like, man, I was like, I bet you would love that game. You should play that game.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, to a large extent, this whole category is, hey, I played this game a lot last year and it was a lot of fun. So if
that's
depending on
fair.
how strongly you feel about that, that's what you argue for.
Because I feel like this was the one that I added mostly because I feel like both Make Me Mad and I played it in like January and went, oh no, we've messed up, or like January or
Yep.
February for
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Sayonara Wild Hearts.
Oh, that game! I love that game.
Because that game is
Yes.
great.
That game would have been in like my top 3 had I played it the year it came out.
Mhm.
That game is fantastic. It should have won best music. It should have won best style. Like that game kicks ass. I love nearly everything about that game. And it's like a weird rhythm game of all things. And it's short. You can finish it in like an
In,
hour
like,
and
a
change
sitting.
or like 2 hours. Yeah, it's super short. It's very to the point, but it's so fucking good and just good looking. Sounds amazing. The music's all great. Like, yeah. No, I played that and was immediately just like, oh damn.
So like the thing that I think we talked about as well early last year before the bad times was it's kind of the Persona 4 sequel, like slightly more of a Persona 4 sequel than like Persona 5, which is a weird thing to say, but it makes sense if you play it.
It's a weird thing to say about a rhythm game that has almost no dialogue in it. But like, yeah, me and TFP both kind of came away with the same idea of just like this felt more like what I wanted out of a Persona 5 than what I got from Persona 5.
All right. I mean, you're making a darn good case for it. That definitely sounds top 3 to me.
That is probably my winner, I would say, because Sayonara Wild Hearts is fucking amazing, and I'm just bummed that I didn't play it back when it came out. Like, especially because it's so short. It's like I could have done that in like a day. But anyways, my other 2 for the record would be Ring Fit Adventure and Among Us.
Gotcha. Should I talk about the 2 I put on the list?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so Doom Wads. I hadn't never played Doom before, but I definitely hadn't played it as much as I have recently, and it's a hell of a game. And just like the amount of good games that they made on the same engine, like Chex Quest, a fucking free cereal game, is amazing somehow, and Heretic and Hexen are like
weird fantasy things.
Vaguely action RPG-ish, but also Doom first-person shooters. And you can just have GC Doom and drop some files in and play them all, and god damn, it's good.
Sorry,
and the other one.
Can I interrupt to talk about a Doom thing I saw recently where someone did a remake, or like not a remake, but like someone did a Castlevania themed Doom WAD.
Oh yeah.
And you have and the thing that I saw, like the headline on it was "Whip and Tear," and I died because that's very good.
And I didn't include them because they're technically not Doom WADs, but modified Doom engine games out there like Sonic Roboblast 2 and that Sonic kart game. Those are also super rad. And Bloodstained I put on here because, as you know, that was a Kickstarter game, and they rolled out quite a bit of Kickstarter content in 2020, including 2 characters, Zangetsu and Bloodless, and randomizer mode. And it probably doesn't count for the context of this award since it was this year, but the recently added classic mode, which is basically like a 2D Castlevania game, is also super rad.
I wish the randomizer thing didn't bug out when I was streaming it.
Fair. And Among Us, you all played that. Among Us was awesome.
I will say that I recently watched an extensive review of Doom. It gave me a new appreciation for Doom.
Oh, fair.
Were you a Doom poser?
I'll admit, I am in fact a Doom poser. Right.
Yeah, I'm almost a poser.
I think everyone is a Doom poser.
True.
Unless you've played literally every video
All
game that has
Doom.
ever existed.
Can't say that I have.
What does it
No,
mean to
well,
play all
then,
of Doom?
I'm a Doom poser.
I realized in order to not be a Doom poser, I'd have to play every game that has ever existed. I didn't have time to do that in my 2-week deadline.
So Ring Fit, I didn't actually play that much of Ring Fit in 2020, but it's
Did you
a
play it
solid
back when
game.
it came out?
Yeah.
Okay. I am shocked at how much I like Ring Fit.
Me as well.
That is just a super well designed, like exercise based game. Which
Yeah.
I mean is not like, it's not like there's a million of those, but you know, it's just like it feels like the thing that would actually get me to like just like even just to like exercise in a casual way, but like it's good at teaching you how to properly exercise. Of like, hey, do this without hurting yourself. It's really good at showing you examples and just being like, yeah, don't overextend. Like, do this a certain way. Like, it's a thing where it's like it's a good game and it's a good teaching tool for that kind of thing.
Fair, yeah.
Like, there's so many things that are just like, oh, here's like a workout guide, do this, and it's like I can't fucking do that. And this game is just very simple about like, yeah, just take it easy, work it slow, and then you know you'll get better over time, and just kind of, I don't know. It's a very good guide for that sort of thing. On top of just being a
It's
fun
also
game.
got some good dialogue.
It's also got some really good dialogue. The main villain is like an incredibly buff dragon.
Yeah.
Extremely buff.
I'm a big fan of the Ring Fit. And Among Us obviously became like a minor global sensation there for a while, so
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like Among Us has to be in the top 3 because
Yeah, I'm fine with that. It
stretch-
was unlike these other games. I think it was like a very much a shared experience for us. And
Yeah, I feel like that kind of qualifies Among Us to be in the 3. Yeah, I don't really
So,
know where. I'd probably
we
say like Disco Elysium would probably go.
yeah, I would drop Disco Elysium. I do really like all of the extended support Bloodstained has gotten.
Yeah. I feel like I was the only one playing it though, so we can probably drop it.
Yeah, like I reinstalled it and I went and checked it out back when they did the crossover with that Kingdoms 2 Crowns thing just recently. And it's one of those things where it's like I played it for a little bit and I kind of looked at that stuff and then I thought about going back and trying the alternate modes and alternate characters and whatnot. And it's just like, yeah, I just don't really feel like it.
Yeah.
Like it's still a great game. It's just I didn't really get into it this year.
Fair. Yeah, and I may have also been the only person playing Doom, but
Rob was literally just playing Doom 3. Which is not a WAD, but
it says Doom 3. I don't know why. It's like I was playing Ultimate Doom, but I don't know why it says Doom 3.
Well, either way, that's still Doom.
I was playing Doom. I think TFP played Doom earlier this year.
I played Doom this year.
Doom has been around.
Doom has been around and it's been persistent. Doom is still a threat.
Here's my I'm gonna drop my secret Doom hot take.
Yes.
I think episode 1 of Doom 1 is very good. I think the rest of Doom 1 and Doom 2 is significantly less good. I like Doom 3 a lot. That's my.
So you're saying that by only ever playing episode 1 of Doom 1, I've actually played the best of Doom.
I would say that personally.
Okay. All right then.
Let me tell you about some Doom WADs like Chex Quest though.
See, I didn't play Chex Quest. I just played Doom.
Doom poser.
And also not any, like, I didn't play the John Romero additional episode that's like stupid hard. Because I didn't.
There's a lot.
I didn't want to make a. I think I could have downloaded that because I got the Switch versions of Doom and Doom 2 and Doom 3.
That would have came with it, yeah.
But you had to link a Bethesda account, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this.
You could presumably also play it within Doom Eternal.
Yes, yeah. There is Doom and Doom 2 and Doom Eternal, which is very goofy.
Anyway, I don't have a too strong of an opinion between Doom and Ring Fit, but I just want to say, man, Doom.
Because Ring Fit is more of a thing that I've been doing, and as much as I like it, I would be okay with losing it for Doom because more people have been in the Doom pool. Also, I feel like it's just appropriate for Doom to win something in 2020 instead of just the year itself.
Hell on Earth.
Thy flesh consumed.
Womp.
Thy flesh consumed. Hurt me plenty.
Oh dear.
So are we cutting Ring Fit?
I think so. Yeah.
I do really like that game, though.
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic.
Like, you guys have sold me on it in that I kind of want to pick it up, but
Well, it's fun because, like, I don't know, I've never enjoyed.
let's say that other
exercise
things
at
have
all.
maybe taken a higher priority. We'll
Yeah,
get
I mean,
there.
I will say,
playing for certain.
I will say that there were times playing Ring Fit where it's like my legs and arms were sore and my body hurt, and I was like, but I kind of want to do another level just because I really like the game part of the game. And it's like I'm sitting there like, but I don't think I physically can. The only thing stopping me from playing is literally that I am a shit. Someday I will be less shit, and then I will be able to play more effectively.
Ring Fit is the new dying from World of Warcraft.
The opposite of dying from World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
My personal winner here is Sayonara Wild Hearts, but I think the actual winner is probably Among Us.
Yeah.
Again, it became like a global fucking phenomenon. We had U.S. senators playing Among Us.
Yeah, I feel like Among Us has the strong part of being something that we, not only did we all play it, we all played it together.
Yeah.
We all played it together, and like everyone in the world played it together.
It was definitely collectively 2020's old game of the year.
There are fucking Among Us spacemen painted on the fence down the road from me because a bunch of little kids got out there with paint and just painted the spacemen on everything. Because everyone fucking played Among Us.
Nice. Mm-hmm.
All right. The weirdly hotly contested this year.
Yeah.
Game title most likely to have a Disturbed soundtrack category that I feel like has never...
I feel like this gets bigger every year.
I don't know if it gets bigger every year, but I feel like this year is definitely the biggest year.
Okay. I don't remember all the contenders from previous years.
I don't remember
feel like
all the
this started
contenders.
as like a joke thing because of like 1 or 2 games.
It
and
did.
It's just steadily gotten bigger over
And then
time.
we've just kept doing it. We're gonna at some point Disturbed is going to do a video game soundtrack, as I feel like the end point of all of this. And then
yeah, but the problem is, will that game that they do the soundtrack for actually have a title that sounds like it? Because it might not even be eligible.
No, it'll be like petting fluffy bunnies or something. I don't know.
Yeah, in which case we would have to that wouldn't be eligible for the category, but then we would have to rewrite the entire category because now anything would be eligible.
This is true.
So anyway,
we have Hypercharge Unboxed, Zombie Army 4 Dead War, Boris and the Dark Survival, Collar X Malice Unlimited, Doom Eternal.
We need a soundboard. Hold on.
We need a soundboard.
Hold on. Hang on. Can I? If I just type in Disturbed, ooh,
I can't. My voice is gonna destroy if I keep doing that.
If I click this, is this gonna? Perfect. This is what I want. Oh, you're good. It'll be on the stream. You can't hear it, but it'll be fine.
Okay, I can imagine it.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Doom Eternal. Bleeding Edge.
I can just hear you clicking.
Bleeding Edge. Destroy All Humans. Hellpoint. Remothered broken porcelain. Warhammer Chaos Bane.
I think what's getting me is the delay between the click and the sound.
What's getting me is the weird echo that
Yeah, because I'm doing it and TFP's doing it.
Oh no!
Empire of Sin. Carry on.
Okay.
And Morbid the Seven Acolytes. Oh
Getting myself
god.
on the
The last the sidebar unrelated to Disturbed soundtrack, but when I was up until 5 this morning playing Clubhouse games, there was someone DJing us playing like the Ludo, and he just opened up like 5 tabs of the Resident Evil basement theme
Oh,
and had it playing at different speeds at different start times.
Jesus.
And I'm getting a very similar pain in my face and chest from laughing at that. Anyway, game title that sounds most likely to have a Disturbed soundtrack. We got a lot of options.
There's a lot of contenders. Alright, I'm just going to throw it out there. I say we lose Hypercharge.
Okay. I think I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
All right.
Dead War and has a cool part, and Zombie Army's all right, but the 4 kind of, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
I do like Dead War, though. If it was just called Dead War...
If it was just called Dead War, that would probably be, like, up there.
Yeah.
I think Boris and the Dark Survival is definitely one of the top 3.
I think that one's definitely hanging in there.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Collar X Malice Unlimited. Do we think this hangs for at least a little bit?
It's pretty good.
It's all right.
Doom Eternal.
It could go.
It could.
I mean, I think it could. We got a lot to cut here.
We got a lot to go through, and I think there's something more fitting of the category.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bleeding Edge.
That's
that
could probably stay here for a little bit.
I can hang in at least for the first pass.
Yeah. Destroy All Humans.
I'm honestly shocked there's not actually a Disturbed song somewhere in Destroy All Humans.
Yeah, that actually fits really well.
Yeah.
They used Rammstein for a trailer of all things.
Okay. Yeah, you're not wrong. Hellpoint. Is that the weird anime devil lady that got really popular, or am I thinking of something else?
No, that's Helltaker.
Okay.
I had Helltaker. We can, but nah. I think we got enough to work with.
I think we have enough to work with, and I feel like Hellpoint. I feel like that can stay in the.
Hellpoint appears to be Dark Souls.
I feel like that can stay in the first pass, but I feel like it is a weak contender for the.
Overall, yeah. I think Hellpoint is above Doom Eternal, but still sub a lot of these other things.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just gonna post this picture because holy shit, look at this Dark Souls clone.
Uh-huh.
Some of this may look familiar.
It's legally distinct.
Look at those fucking bars up there. That's just straight out of Dark Souls.
That's fine.
Okay, anyways, yes.
Remothered broken porcelain.
That's gotta stay.
Okay.
That one, yeah.
That's gotta stay.
It has the word remothered in the title.
This is true.
And broken.
And porcelain.
It's true.
And porcelain.
And a colon. Speaking of remothered, did anybody watch that latest Best of the Worst?
No, not yet. Because I was busy playing Clubhouse games until 5 in the morning.
That
Is there another
That's
Faust?
what everyone refers to when they make fun of Jay for watching weird sex pervert movies. It's stuff
Yep.
like that.
Is there another Faust? Is there just like everybody
Oh.
freaking out and Jay
It
just like
wishes it
maniacally
was
laughing?
Faust.
It
Oh.
wishes it was as good as Faust.
Warhammer,
Warhammer
Chaos
Chaos
Bane.
Bane. There's a lot of good words in that title,
Yes.
but I don't know. What does everybody else think?
I can go either way.
I feel like this is sub Hellpoint to me because like it's
Really? Okay.
like it's a bunch of cool words, but I feel like
It's too subtle
It-
for Disturbed.
a little bit, or not even like too subtle.
get it.
Just like it's like you're full at a really nice restaurant and they're like, you just finished the first course of 15 courses, you gotta keep going, you know.
You're saying it's too much?
I think
Warhammer Chaos Bane?
I think it might be a little too much.
My problem is that I don't think there is such a thing as too much for this category, and in fact that I think too much is what you're going for in this category.
You know, fair.
Like, I want this. That's why I think Remothered Broken Porcelain is so good, is because it's packed.
It is very. That is a packed title.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
we'll
Empire of Sin is honestly kind of weak, but
I-
also it sounds like it could be an album by them.
I feel like, yeah. I think that game seemed cool, and then it came out, and it was like, oh, this is actually not as cool as it seemed. But that's
the
not.
big
That's
Mafia
not.
thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's actually about what the game is.
It's
though.
not. That is not what
Well,
it's
no,
about.
not even a little bit.
This
but
is just me editorializing about. Man, I kind of wish Empire of Sin was a better game. But I feel like it probably can go right.
I think so.
Yeah.
Carry on, my wayward son.
Fitting but brief. I don't know. I could go either way.
If this was a game title that sounds most likely to have a Kansas soundtrack, I feel like we'd be on there.
Now that I think about it, it's a really missed opportunity they didn't put that song over the credits in that game.
Morbid, the Seven Acolytes.
I think that one's pretty strong as far as this category is concerned.
Fair.
I think it's specifically because of the use of the word acolytes, though. I'm not sure why that's the thing that sticks out to me, but that sounds like a Disturbed thing.
Yeah.
So these are all like worthy. So
We
to
have a
speak.
lot of shit on this list.
What
There's
are you
still,
actually pushing? Who are you pushing for? Like Remothered and Boris?
I feel like those are the two that I would say, and then I feel like my third would probably be Destroy All Humans.
I could agree with that.
We
Like,
definitely
I am
said
fine with
Hellpoint
that
was the
list.
weakest, so I feel like we could probably cut
Yeah,
Hellpoint.
I think Hellpoint goes. I think Carrion can probably go.
Color X Malice.
It's very anime sounding. The anime Disturbed.
It is.
It's too anime sounding.
What's the
It
J
does have
Rock?
the word malice in it.
What's the J Rock equivalent of Disturbed?
Baby metal, but no, they're actually good.
Yeah, no.
Stacked.
Game most likely to have a
No,
song by Gax.
Gax.
Yes.
FF7 remake.
Final Fantasy just wins every year, though.
Yeah.
I think we should try that next year.
Unless
Seems
if
like-
a Gundam game comes out, it wins. But unless there's a Gundam game, it's Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I was okay with that top three. The Boris, the
Boris,
Remothered, and Real Humans.
Do we have any objections to that top three?
I'm okay with that top three.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
All right.
Oops. Pop. But now, which game is the title that sounds
Remothered.
Probably, yeah.
I think it's
Remothered.
probably Remothered because it has the word remothered.
I think you're right. Congratulations to Remothered Broken Porcelain, the game title that sounds most likely to have a Disturbed soundtrack.
Speaking of which, did the former game in the series win back in 2018?
I don't think so.
Remothered Tormented Fathers?
Let
Because if not, like, man, missed opportunity there.
me see if I can figure out what won in 2016 real quick.
18.
They're 18. Why did I say 16?
I don't
See,
know.
third would have been 2019. Second would be 2018. Okay, to be fair, what won in that year was Sinner: Sacrifice for Redemption.
Okay, fair.
Eh,
No, that's
pretty
hard
good.
to beat. Was it at least a runner-up?
No, I don't think we thought about
Aw.
it that year because
Okay.
our runners up were Immortal Unchained and Agony.
Good. That's good.
Yeah.
No, both of those are good, to be fair. Those are strong. All right.
All right, quick, easy category. The hell are you thinking? Bug Snacks, apparently.
That was the only one I could think of that
And the
fit real
winner
well.
is
And the winner is Bug Snacks.
Bug Snacks.
Jesus Christ.
We're talking
Yeah, I
about
feel
Bug
like-
Snacks.
I feel like just conceptually, how did you come up with that? And in addition to that, the existential horror stuff.
Yeah,
I
no,
I love the
I'm-
turn
yeah.
that game makes. It's quite a turn.
Mostly, I'm just like, I feel like that's less of what I'm thinking, more of what were you smoking, but same thing. Someone dropped acid before that game was made, right? Or during?
I mean, it's from the
Yeah.
makers of Octodad.
Yeah.
Anyway, the opposite of that. Mad
Also
props.
another easy category.
Keep it up. Yeah, we got Destroying Wall Street, freeing games from Purgatory, and cool stuff launching on Game Pass. I kind of feel like that's just the right order, personally. But
When I got here, the cool stuff launching on Game Pass was the only thing in that list. I added the other two.
yeah.
Because I'm way into the idea of like games that were trapped on other systems finally being
Yeah.
freed back to the
I'm
marketplace.
way.
Yakuza
Like I really
remastered.
want them to do that with what's it? Xenoblade Chronicles X that's only
That
on
would
the
be
Wii,
nice.
and which came out I feel like very soon before the Switch came and then like made the Wii
Yeah.
redundant. And
Right.
it's like it's a very long RPG that I never finished because like
Right.
new stuff came out. I just moved on.
And I feel like it's
And, like, I would
better
have to go
than
hook up the Wii U to finish
than
that.
the
It's not gonna
non
happen.
Xenoblade Chronicles. Or than
Yeah.
the non
That is my favorite of the games from the Xenoblade Chronicles like series.
I would agree with that.
So yeah, I like that trend. I want that trend to continue. Give me an Anarchy Reigns remake.
Yes.
Oh, fuck yes. Good lord.
If you guys want to put destroying Wall Street on top, I'm fine with that too.
I'm
That's
also
really a
fine.
2021 thing, though.
That is true.
I mean, it's
you know, that's this
2020.
year.
I mean,
That's this year.
2020,
it
really got
started in
going this year.
2020. Yeah.
What do you mean?
It like the stock stuff started like late last year.
Like Wall Street bets, pumping GameStop, that started in 2020.
Yeah, but I mean, it not. It didn't
I am okay.
really.
I am okay with it technically not counting because it really took off this year. Let's be honest.
So are we just
So
gonna
freeing
cut?
game. I'm okay with freeing games from Purgatory.
Yes,
I think that's the
We-
better.
Alternately put an asterisk. Ultimately put an asterisk next to Destroying Wall Street.
Yeah, keep it around for next year. Next time. This year. Whatever.
coming back.
That's gonna be the way I dignify this,
All right.
or I designate this.
That said, I'm also totally fine with people continuing to destroy Wall Street. Keep it up.
Technical knockout.
That person standing in Wall Street with a sign that just says "Jump, you fuckers."
Classic.
Still just exemplifying my mood.
Shall we take a break?
Sure.
Yeah, we're at best
These-
sounding.
These soundtracks reconvene.
Yep. Listen
I'm,
to soundtracks, get drinks, get food, take a shit,
Alright.
come back.
I already did that, but yeah,
All right. Again, more.
do it again. Can always have more.
Just insert Kylo Ren gif here.
Can always have more. Had to stick that
Yes,
ooh ah in.
Okay,
one
I was
more
waiting.
time.
I was waiting for the soundboard to hit.
Yeah. Swing and miss.
You can't hear my soundboard. That was Grav doing it earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we probably had
Alright, well,
duplicates.
I'll be
since
back in a
Steve
few.
was doing it, I was doing it on my phone.
Oh, and I'm back.
Ew.
Hello. Ugh.
Good soundtracks.
There are some really good soundtracks this year.
A good year for the music.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's really good soundtracks last year.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I think I see a new entry on Hottest Mess
Oh.
at the very bottom.
Oh. When that comes up, someone will have to properly explain it.
I think it's Joy-Con drift, but
Okay.
It might be. Might be something that makes it incredibly frustrating to try and play Hitman with.
Anyway, I'm ready to go whenever.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna pause the backing music I put up. Oops. All right. Best sound in video game. We got. Okay. Just wanted to make sure everything was unmuted before I continue. Wasteland 3, Paradise Killer, Streets of Rage 4, Trials of Mana, Command and Conquer Remastered, Hades, Deadly Premonition 2, A Blessing in Disguise, The Pathless, and Doom Eternal.
Man, where do we even start?
We start by cutting Doom Eternal.
If you want, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's.
I like Doom Eternal's soundtrack. I just like they went there and they went hard, but in terms of actual quality, I feel like, for instance, Hades has almost a similar vibe, but also is just better.
My problem with Doom Eternal is that I basically can't distinguish one track from another.
It all sounds just shredding guitar constantly. Weird.
Yeah, no, like it's rad, but it might as well be one constant noise.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, I appreciate it.
The Doom Eternal soundtrack too much, but I feel like 2016 had a bit more variety in its like tempo and kind of.
Well, because I feel like 2016, like I mean, it had the let's go guitar heavy metal stuff, but also
Yes.
like it had like a weird industrial tint for most of it.
Yes, you're
a little
right.
bit. Whereas I feel like Doom Eternal kind of lacks that.
Yeah.
Look, I think you could just say that Doom Eternal had more variety, or Doom 2016 had more variety than Doom Eternal, and you'd be right in every category, including music.
Yeah.
I didn't
Doom
really...
Eternal is a game that hates variety.
I'm very curious to play it. I'm very curious.
If we're moving up from the bottom, I didn't really find anything in the path list that was hitting for me. So let's get that path list.
I like it a lot, but I think a lot of that is that I listen to it mostly while playing the game, and I like that game a lot. It is very good, just like atmospheric kind of background music to have while you're doing your thing and just exploring this giant world and solving puzzles and whatnot. And it hits harder at the appropriate times during boss fights and whatnot. Like it's just one of those things where it's like you kind of almost don't notice it until it hits those peaks at the right moments, but it's kind of always hitting those peaks at the right moments. I'm a big fan of it, but I get why people would kind of just be like, you know.
Are we okay?
I'm okay with losing it, but I think it is very good.
Luke.
As the resident Deadly Premonition 2 apologist, I really like the soundtrack to Deadly Premonition 2. I like the Clarkson's theme. I think is amazing. I think it's also kind of just True Detective, but you know, hey,
a little bit.
Maybe Swery likes his TV shows.
I have not played Deadly Premonition 2, but every track I've listened to in that album, I like, and I think I'm not ready to cut Deadly Premonition 2 unless someone else really wants to.
Okay, well, that can stick around. The thing that I was gonna say was this is not the one that I'm gonna die on, but I mean I feel like Katie's probably has to at least stick around a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel like
Hades is definitely high quality. I feel like the whole. I'm not sure if you can call Super Giant a genre. If Super Giant was a music genre, it's not my favorite, but I respect it, and this is very good that.
I feel like almost any year where one of their games comes out, it's almost unfair to the rest of the games that for like a soundtrack.
Yep.
Thing, because to me, I just fucking love their soundtrack so much.
I am a sucker for anything that they do, basically. They kind of always hit what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Somehow it's similar, but the tone, like their games are so varied, but like, yeah, the music is similar, but it always matches the game so fucking well.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy how different each game is, but yet similar enough to have that soundtrack carry through.
I hate
this is definitely this is I would say the hardest they have gone on a soundtrack. Just I realize it is the most actiony soundtrack.
Yes.
I realize we just got back from a break, but I've been informed there are cookies, so I will be right back. Right. Continue talking about.
All right. So Command and Conquer.
He's gone. We need to cut Deadly Premonition.
Cut it.
So Command and Conquer, not only is that soundtrack timeless and amazing, it's kind of actually shocking, like how much better the full uncompressed audio is versus what was originally released in, what was it, 94, 95?
Mm-hmm. Oh man.
Even though it's the exact same songs.
I bet. I would actually like this because yeah, I clicked the song like, or at least the one that's linked. Yeah, Act on Instinct, and like that's pretty good. But yeah, I wonder what the original sounded like.
Hold on, let
Yeah,
me
I
see if
didn't think they compare the music to the original version of the track.
Kind of sounds like Half-Life 1 a little bit. Like when shit pops off in Half-Life 1. Makes me think of that a little bit.
I resumed talking about music. I feel like everyone's got their cursors on the Command and Conquer remaster.
We were talking
Yeah,
about
I was talking about that, just like how I think it's a timeless soundtrack, and even though this is just the originals, like the difference in sound quality now versus then is actually pretty significant. But I'm having trouble finding the originals to link in chat.
Much like Warcraft 3, the original has now been wiped from the internet.
Can't have any of those Dota mods.
Get all this old shit out of here. You're gonna take this remaster and you're gonna like it.
I know I mentioned this to, I think, Grav, but did you hear that they're making a MOBA out of the Dota 2 auto chess that is somehow not Dota 2?
Yeah, you talked about that.
Okay. Wanted to make sure.
Crazy.
Because it's so weird.
Anyway, I like Command and Conquer a lot. We can probably just move on to a different game for now, but...
Okay. So Trials of Mana.
Yeah.
That's actually a different one in the sense that it's also a remake, but unlike Command and Conquer, which is, just very much those tracks again, but higher production values, this is, going from chip tunes to whatever you'd call modern,
music?
full production synths and whatnot. And I think they did a very good job of it, especially coming on the backs of Secret of Mana, the remake of that game, which had a really just trash interpretations of those original soundtracks.
I was gonna say, because I listened to a couple of those, and I was like, this is really good. I don't remember the other remake having this good soundtrack, and then I went back and was like, oh no.
Yeah.
No, yeah, from what I listened to on the Trials of Mana thing, I kind of skipped through some of the tracks on there. It sounded really good. I like it. It's one of those things I always like, that old school, like the old SNES like music, like you said, the chiptune style stuff.
Yeah.
So hearing that kind of fleshed out in a way is really cool.
Let's see, Streets of Rage. I had mixed feelings about that one. At first, I wasn't so hot on that soundtrack, and then it grew on me. And I don't think every track is a banger, but I think there's enough there that I wanted to at least get it on the list. I'm not sure what everyone else's thoughts on the soundtrack portion of Streets of Rage 4 was.
While I played through it, I remember appreciating the music when I noticed it, but I didn't notice it all that often.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Granted,
Yeah,
I'm bad with the music in general in games. It usually takes something special for it to like stick out to me or for me to notice it. There has to be some kind of emphasis placed on it. But in Streets of Rage 4 in particular, there were only a couple of times the music really stood out to me. On those times, I did enjoy it, but
Yeah, the track I liked is the first one there, the 28th one. I think that's probably my personal favorite.
This is really good.
It was just funny because it only plays for like 30 seconds because it's for the elevator section before the airplane.
I feel like the only Streets of Rage 4 track that really stuck with me, honestly, it was the main theme. The title of that like weird synth saxophone.
Gotcha. Yeah, we can probably cut Streets of Rage 4 if you guys aren't hot on it.
I think I like it.
It's not my favorite, but
yeah, I think it's probably not going to hang.
Stuff. like it doesn't have a strong enough overall presence.
I think I like it overall
just...
more than you guys did, but I definitely agree that I don't know if it quite hangs in the top 3. I'm okay with cutting it.
Yeah. My problem is I can already see my top 3.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is going to be one of those years where we're going to have to knife fight.
This might be a knife. I feel like this might be a knife fight year.
I think I see my top 3 as well. But let's I think we all like Paradise Killer. There doesn't really like Paradise Killer. Just while we're going up the list.
Yeah, no,
I think Paradise Killer has to be in the top 3, right? Like, there's no way.
Not only does it just jam, but like that's really good. Just listening music even outside of the game.
Yeah, like I just listened to it.
I just
and
put
I was like,
that shit on regularly now.
And I have no idea about the game. I haven't played the game, but it makes me want to play the game because I like the music so much.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed watching TFE play that game. That's an interesting game.
It is an interesting game, and the music, like along with just kind of the general style of that game, which we'll talk about in the next section, like that music is just so fucking good.
It's really good.
Stylistically, I don't feel like Wasteland 3 really meshes well with me. I assume this was TFB since you were the one who was playing a lot of that. Do you like that game a lot?
I love the music in this game. I think just the incidental like exploring fighting music is like solid to good. Like it's fine. But this game does a thing where, like, in pivotal key fights, they will just drop in just this bizarre cover of something that just elevates everything around it. Like, the end of the tutorial, like, the major fight at the end of the tutorial has you fighting bandits to this very sad, mournful cover of Are You Washed in the Blood of the Lamb? And it's fantastic. There's a moment where you have to murder a bunch of people who let in the bandits to like the rich upper class town because they were shit teens rebelling, and they fight you because you're gonna rat them out, and they don't have weapons, like they just punch you and you're just these wasteland rangers with guns and stuff, and it starts playing Down in the Valley to Pray.
Man,
there's a part where you have to fight a bunch of cannibals who are at a cannibal camp, and the song that plays while you're fighting them is just this sad cover of Everybody Have Fun Tonight.
Wow.
that fucking cover of Everybody Have Fun Tonight is so, like, I saw that on the soundtrack and thought somebody was fucking with me.
And they're not. It's so good.
That soundtrack is kind of amazing. Like, and that's like, I am a sucker for a game that breaks out the vocal tracks. Yeah. That is something that always gets me, and that game has so many just good covers. That fucking cover they have of Battle Hymn of the Republic is legitimately awesome. I love that song.
Amazing.
Everyone have fun
tonight. Hold on.
Where is that on here? Is that on this? Is that on this list? Is that not on this list?
What?
Hold on. Wasteland 3, Lang Chung.
I feel like maybe Matt will beat me to it, but and then like one of my low-key favorites, like both from just like it doesn't get used in a fight, which I kind of wish it did, but I was just driving around on the map, and because your car has a radio, and like the dude is like, this is a song just about love and loss, and it starts playing this like old school cover, like old school folk cover of the theme song to WKRP in Cincinnati.
Nice.
And I was just like, oh my god, this soundtrack is so good.
I'm a big fan of that game's just vocal tracks in general. I don't know, there was something weird about like the ones they picked and things like that. Like, I really like the style of those songs. And the way they use them.
This is my hill that I'm willing to die on.
It's definitely not my hill, but I understand where you're coming from.
Like I said, I'm a sucker for the vocals, and that game uses them well.
Yeah, what I listened to, it's fantastic. It sounds totally up my alley.
Also, it's like weird post-apocalyptic wasteland America, and like not Fallout style, but I guess almost, I don't know, it's post-apocalyptic America. Just with that music going, with just like weird covers of things like Battle Hymn of the Republic and America the Beautiful and things like that. There's just something kind of like weirdly, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is exactly, not symbolic, but like, I just like that. That idea of you're in a post-apocalyptic America listening to these weird, sad covers of these songs about America.
I think that game has great music, and it uses its music very well. Is my
Yeah. Like, I am almost more into how it's used than the music itself, but I really like the music as well.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that being top 3 just from that, like the context of the game itself, and it's good music too. But it's definitely not my genre.
It's not your thing. So,
yeah. So I'm okay with it being top 3. It's just I won't personally be pulling any weight for it in terms of whether it's going to win or not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with it not winning. It's just I think this is. I'm fine with it not winning like the group. I'm just saying this is personally my favorite.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So should we keep Paradise Killer and Wasteland and try and find another one to top 3?
The problem is that my other one for the top 3 is definitely Hades.
Yeah.
Like, my top 3 is probably in order. Like, it's Paradise Killer or Hades. I like both of those a lot. Then Wasteland 3 as the third.
Right. I don't think I have much overlap with you guys because I'd take Paradise Killer as my winner, but then I'd take Command and Conquer and Deadly Premonition.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been, like, I know it's a classic thing, but the Command and Conquer soundtrack has just never done anything for me.
I like the Red Alert soundtrack
a lot of those old RTS games like that, where similarly have a thing of like, oh yeah, no, everybody loves the soundtrack or with this certain track or whatever. And I'll just go and listen to it, and I was like, yeah, I guess it's there. It just personally, yeah, I think our tastes just don't overlap in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's the same with Trials of Mana, where it's like I really like that, but it's not like nothing about it jumps out to me in a way that makes me want to like listen to it outside of the game.
Yeah,
and I guess that's kind of my thing. Is for me, a lot of it is like a lot of these, like the tracks from Hades, tracks from Paradise Killer and Wasteland 3, I've gone back to and just listened to just as music on my own, just in doing stuff. And like most games, I don't do that.
Yeah, I think we can probably cut Trials of Mana because I think that's mostly me, and I don't care about it enough to fight for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I was willing. I was the one who added Deadly Premonition 2, and I'm willing to cut it because the Wasteland 3 is the hill that I would rather die on.
Then it should probably get cut, I think.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest on Deadly Premonition.
So would Hades versus Command and Conquer, is that just me versus everyone?
That's the problem, is I think that's most of these at this point. I'm sorry, Grab.
We've gotten here.
Well, here's our nice fight of the year.
This keeps happening in the music category, and I really do feel bad about it. But
what can I say? I like it more. That's all.
No, it's just one of those things of like, I love all of these other games' soundtracks so much. It's just Command and Conquer just doesn't do anything for me. I wish it did. I've tried listening to that game's soundtrack before. It's just I inevitably drift to something else.
That's cool. I mean, I'm
to be honest, I would have taken like the Pathless over Wasteland 3 because like I like Wasteland 3 plenty, but like the Pathless is just something I like more.
Gotcha.
It's just like,
I mean,
I don't know.
As long as we have Paradise Killer winning this, I'm cool.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely the winner. Like we're just gonna go ahead and
because I just listen to that soundtrack all the time now.
Yeah, I think that's like definitely the universal choice of the year, Paradise Killer.
Yeah.
That game has very good music.
Sorry, Grav.
Particularly for Hades, by the way, just to throw in my 2 cents for Hades. The vocal tracks in that game are similarly one of the things that like sells me on that soundtrack.
Yeah.
Because the times that they break out the vocals in that game, which honestly is not as much as they usually do in a Super Nintendo
No, it's
game.
pretty sparing.
Yeah, but like when they do, those songs are really good.
Yeah,
even like Orpheus, whose voice is so weird on just a normal speaking basis, is like fucking amazing when he sings. It's just like, all right, you know what? I'm way into all of that.
Man, we got another banger of a category after this.
We got
Yep.
best style.
Style.
Just need to get
Style.
my beat poet like beret and tiny sunglasses and like a small bongo for the next year when we do this category. Just download that Total Distortion bit. I don't know if anyone gets that reference, but it's fine.
You are dead, dead, dead.
That game, but something else. We got 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim, Hot Shot Racing, Dreams, Paradise Killer, Helltaker, Bug Snacks, Haven, and The Pathless.
Hades is not on here.
We can add it. I
Yeah.
don't mind
There.
adding it. I'm looking up
All right,
Haven because I do not remember that one.
That game looks very pretty. I know almost nothing about it. I kind of wish I had gotten to play it. But it
I
doesn't
feel like
come out
I
on
think
Switch until
I'm
next month.
the only person who played it because it was on Game Pass. I'm totally fine with cutting it.
Oh, this game, right. No, you don't need to cut it. I just need to figure out what it is.
Yeah, I love the look of that game.
That's a fun style, yeah.
I think that game's got this crazy anime opening that is amazing. And that's me saying that, Mr. I don't like anime. And I feel like it just keeps that style throughout. So, full disclosure, I've not finished Haven. I've not even gotten very far in Haven. But what I've played through, I feel like is very, very stylish in a way that I am way into. Way more than because this was the people who made that Fury game, Furi.
Yeah, I didn't like Fury.
I did not
I
like
do like
Fury.
Fury.
I didn't like Fury either, but I like this game infinitely more.
Yeah, man, this is a category.
I feel like the other one that I would also be willing to cut as the resident person who played this game is Dreams.
Oh, yeah. I played that too, actually.
Oh, shit.
I really like Dreams, like, kind of, I don't know if you'd call it a washed out, bloomy look or something. It definitely had a distinct style to it, even though you could make it go a lot of ways.
Kind of
Mm-hmm.
style.
Yeah, it might not top 3 for me either, but yeah, it's definitely it's good stuff.
But
especially in the default not like the default, but like the story mode, quote unquote, with like the jazz musicians that I'm drawing a blank on the name of what the story thing is called.
Right, I know what you're talking about, but
yeah.
Good list. Man.
I'm gonna be super honest. Okay, 2 things. I'm willing to cut Bug Snacks as someone who played Bug Snacks. Like, I think that game's neat, but I don't know if it's top 3 neat. Like, I think that game is... If we had a category that was, like, best third act, just hard shift...
I think the thing I like most about Bug Snacks is just the design of all the Bug Snacks. Like, that is just top-notch work.
Mm-hmm.
In that it's horrifying, yes. That fucking Subway sandwich centipede thing with French fries for legs is a nightmare. I hate it. I hate everything about it.
It's so good.
Jesus Christ,
I'm gonna be also 100% honest. I know I mentioned this earlier when I confused it for Hellpoint. I legitimately have no idea what Helltaker is, other than there's like anime Satan.
It's a weird puzzle game with anime girls as demons, and you are down there to like recruit them for a harem, and it's like a puzzle game.
Hold on, let me link you something. So I like the portraits a lot, almost like not quite as much as something like Hades, but the portraits are good. And there's in the little puzzle game portion, I just love all the characters dancing. I think I got it at a timestamp where you'll see some dancing.
Oops.
Yeah, the characters bobbing along to the music is like a part of the appeal.
I mean, maybe it doesn't hang for top 3, but I like it.
That is adorable. I did not know what this was.
Yeah, it's an adorable little puzzle game.
The music reminds me of the early 2000s in a way I'm down with.
And man, is there a lot of fan art. For better or for worse.
I bet.
But yeah, I could go either way on Helltaker. I could go either way on Bugsnax.
I feel like I'm willing to cut both of them, personally. Just to keep going.
Sure.
All right.
Man, Paradise Killer.
Man, Paradise
That's some
Killer.
fucking stuff.
That's some style.
Good style. It's good style.
Yeah,
have you seen like visually that game, Rob? Have you seen what that game looks
I've never
like?
seen gameplay of it. No.
I need to show you like
stills and art.
Someone get that man some gameplay.
that, or just I just want like a shot of like the room you start, or like not the room you start in, like the building you start in. It's just got all the fucking crazy ass like crystallized skulls and spikes everywhere. Like that game looks like a vaporwave album cover come to life.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's got like just like Hades, it has amazing portrait art, but it also has a very like interesting and I don't know if varied the right word, but a very interesting world. It's kind of got those stylistic vibes you get out of something like a Mirror's Edge. Very interesting use of colors.
I'm just gonna drop that there and say, hey Rob, you should, you know.
Here, I found a picture of like the starting building.
Yeah.
All right.
Or the beach that has the statues of all of the various gods on it.
Mm.
Like crying judge who is a crying skeleton constantly vomiting up more skulls.
Oh boy. I might have to kill one of my own picks here unless anyone else wants hot shots. I just really appreciate that they brought back flat shaded, untextured polygons. Very few people are brave enough to just like really revel in that.
This is true. I haven't actually seen Hot Shot Racing.
Oh, let's get a video of that up for reference.
Yeah.
If I can find one.
I see. Huh.
Oh, that's weird. It's interesting. It reminds me of, and this is the thing where like I say it reminds me of, but it's like not even remotely the same thing. It reminds me of like Cruisin' USA back on the 64, which was all sprites. So I don't know why exactly it reminds me of that aside from cars.
Yeah, this is much more.
The other immediate thought I had was like Lego Racers.
Okay.
Like visually, the other thought that I had was like Lego Racer. Lego Racers 1 back in the day. From just those hard ass angles and that flat shading, reminding me of building my own car out of Lego blocks. I do like the look of
it. I do really like Hot Shot Racing. Like I think that game is amazing. I think that is a very good video game.
Yeah, I feel like it doesn't lose on its own merits. I just think the list is very strong.
I feel like it can stick around at least. Like, I love Vanillaware, but I don't know if I would say 13 Sentinels is like the best. Like I don't know. I don't even think it's the best like Vanillaware style game. Like compared
that's what I was
to
gonna say. I don't
like
I don't
Dragon's Crown or Muramasa.
I don't think that's anywhere near the best looking game they've done.
Did any of us play that also?
I have it, but I haven't played it yet.
Okay.
I was personally gonna keep that one over, say, Hot Shots, but yeah, you're probably right about that.
Like, I feel like I would be willing to cut Haven, just personally, just mostly because I see a top 3, and I don't see Haven in it.
Huh.
Well, here I'm just gonna post 2 things real quick for the Pathless.
Actually, I actually really like Haven.
I'm gonna post this GIF from the Pathless because it's not gonna play in Discord automatically. We can click on it.
It's playing. It's playing, and that looks good.
That is just like straight up gameplay, and that is the first boss fight where you just have to chase that thing through a burning forest and like take it down. And it's really cool because that's all just like full on. Oh wait, why am I trapped in this now? Okay, there we go. I was trapped in the gift for a moment, but I've escaped. And then I'm also gonna post this video of boss fight number 2, which starts similarly and then goes very different places. But like the way the boss fights in that game work, where you just like fucking paraglide your way into this hell dome and then just fight this giant, like it's literally, it's like you can just see the fucking boss running around in there, and it's like, all right, chase this fucking thing down and go get it. It's like, it reminds me in a way of like the Ganon boss fight from the end of Breath of the Wild, if that was an actual gameplay thing and not just like glorified QuickTime almost. But so just that part of like chasing these things around in the world is really fun and just cool, and you kind of get a look at how that game just animates, gorgeous, with like basically no UI. And let me see if I can skip ahead to later in the boss fight, because there's like 1 or 2 particular things in the boss fight that really stuck out to me, like the way it looks, the style. Let me see if I can get ahead here to. There was one point in particular where I was playing it, and I just had the thought that they were doing the like Demon Souls boss fight against the Dragon God, but like actually good. Which is a very odd comparison, but let me. This video URL right here, put that here. Starting at that point where the character is like starting to go down this hallway with the monster breathing fire at them. It's like the way that it looks as you're going down that hall and the fire's like blasting off of the rubble that you're hiding behind. Like that game just looks so good.
Slick.
And if you go to the end of that where they actually like jump out into the boss room, the big fire tornado effect that happens, I think, is like the best effect that I have seen in that entire game. Not so hot on YouTube quality, I'm not gonna lie, but like,
I totally see what you mean by like.
Whatever, you sold me.
Yeah,
like that fucking fire tornado is gorgeous to look at in game when you're trying to fight this fucking thing. Like, it's one of those things where I like literally like stopped when I was playing. It was like flying around the boss, letting him do that repeatedly, because like I just need to see that happen more often.
I think we can probably cut Haven, because I feel like that kind of occupies a similar space to the Pathless.
I would agree with that.
More interesting.
That's kind of how I felt about Haven. Was like, I really like the look, but between it and the Pathless, I prefer the Pathless's look. And it's hard to do a direct comparison, but if I had to make a direct comparison between any of them, it would be those two.
Yeah.
Now Hotshot Racing dies.
Unfortunately, probably. Sorry, Grav.
Yeah.
Again.
It was
shank and Grav all the time. That's how it works.
Paradise Killer wins again! Yay! Well, actually, I am. Let me just say this: I am not voting for Hades.
I get that.
I mean, that's the only one I've played, I guess, so I'm biased, but I would probably vote for Hades. Just because, like, looking through some like Paradise Killer, it certainly has a style.
I
but, like,
don't like
world of.
So that's why I think I don't like Paradise Killer's style as much as I like Hades' style. Just on like a pure technical aspect, I think Hades' art is done much more skillfully. It's much more detailed. I like the art and the designs much more in Hades than I do in Paradise Killer. Mm-hmm. I think Hades is flat out just kind of in every way a better looking game, but yeah, it's just one of those things. It's a weird choice. I would probably go Hades. Oh, hold on 1 second.
I actually don't have that strong an opinion between these three, but I don't. I think Hades is my bottom of the three, and I think I can get outvoted. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, because I like Paradise Killer a lot. I like the Pathless, what I've seen of it, a lot. I have not played the Pathless. I like Hades the most, I think. I think the thing about Hades compared to Paradise Killer is I feel like Paradise Killer's style is mostly in the look and the music, and like a little bit of the writing, but not necessarily as much in like the mechanics. Whereas I feel like why I would give it to Hades is I feel like it lets its style in every part of Hades. Like I feel like its style is a bit more universal compared to Paradise Killer, where it's like this is a really cool looking game with a really good soundtrack and it's really well written, and it's a empty open world that's kind of a pain to get around. Whereas with Hades, it's very stylish looking, very good sound, very well written, and it all of the parts of the writing and the music also loops back in on the gameplay better than with Paradise Killer.
That's a good argument. I respect that.
Yeah.
All right. So congratulations to Hades on winning the best style.
All right.
Now we're in the sad categories with the hottest mess.
Right.
We got the Cyberpunk and the CD Projekt Red. We've got the Nintendo limited edition games that go away in 2 months. We've got the hardware launch excitements. We've got the Cooking Mama Cookstar. Which...
Oh, right. That happened.
Oh, man. We got fun satellite glitches in Microsoft Flight Simulator resulting in crazy 2001 space monoliths. We got the writing in The Last of Us. Who put Deadly Premonition 2 on here? And then we
don't actually know.
And then we got the DualSense Drift.
Can I'm gonna be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
All right. While he's gone, explain this DualSense Drift thing to me.
So you remember how there's a bunch of problems with like old Switch stuff where like you use it too much and then the control sticks start kind of wavering and like you're not touching them, but it'll just be like you're moving to the left now.
Yeah.
My DualSense started doing that yesterday.
Oh.
Where I'm like not, and it's especially bad with like with the vibration in the DualSense.
Mm-hmm.
So like in Hitman, there's a DualSense vibration thing where like you hold down the left trigger and it'll like it'll give it a little bit of resistance for like when you're drawing a pistol or like aiming a coin or something. And the little bit of resistance will jostle my left stick enough so that Hitman just constantly walks to a direction. And
it'll be interesting to see whether it's like a chronic thing or if this is a one-off. Because do you only have one controller?
I only have one controller, and I've seen like I went online and like there are more people than just me complaining about it.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's probably legit then. I mean, it obviously happened to you. I just mean, I hadn't known whether this was a common thing or not.
People are saying
I googled it and there seemed to be like a lot of people complaining about this being a thing. So I'm not doubting the widespreadness of the problem.
Right, and I think it's one of those things where once the PS5 is out for longer and once more people have it, we'll start to get a bigger picture of is this like on the level of Joy-Con Drift or Red Ring of Death in terms of like a huge problem for the console, or is it just an annoyance that you'll probably have to deal with once maybe, but that's about it. But in any case, yeah, that does suck, and that is definitely a thing.
I'm extremely annoyed. Also, I'm annoyed at Sony's customer service stuff because
Sony customer service is
what I want is like an email thing so that I can email them and be like, hey, what is the process? How do I do this? They don't have an email. You can't email Sony customer service. You can only call them or tweet them.
Is there like no form anywhere?
No.
Weird.
Get on Twitter.
I did, then they didn't respond to me.
Can you get help on the console itself, or does that just
not
have any?
There's no the Switch at least has like the calibrate stick stuff, and you can like see the how your sticks are moving.
And I didn't mean like calibration. I meant like, is there any sort of support link on the
No.
console?
The support link
Wow.
on the console says call us or tweet us.
That's crazy. Wow.
I am back. Sorry.
But there's like no. This is admittedly a recency bias because this started happening yesterday, but I am incredibly annoyed by the mess that is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I
that's
mean,
not
Common
bad.
problem?
That's legit.
I'm having bad problems with my PS5 controller, and I'm
Is that a common issue?
more common than you'd think.
Huh.
Yeah, it sounds like other people are having it, and it's probably too early in the life cycle to know quite how bad it is.
Yeah.
I'm just
So-
going to say that from the start, I was against vibration in controllers, and I remain against weird gimmicky bullshit in your controllers, like
Yeah,
resistance
I wouldn't
things on your
mind
triggers.
if they tone it down because it makes the controllers more resilient and less costly. On the other hand, sometimes it can be fun to have the gimmicks. I don't.
I guess, but
Yeah.
I am firmly against most controller gimmicks, and this just further reinforces my stance. I'm glad to be proven right by TFT's misfortune.
Yeah, and the other thing with gimmicks is it makes backwards compatibility harder in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
So we probably don't. What's going on with Deadly Premonition? Why is? Oh, I guess it's just technically a bit of a mess with the frame rate.
I mean, it's technically a bit of a mess.
A
There's
bit of a
shit show.
mess.
It was a
It's
shit
pretty
show.
bad. It's real bad.
They
I
patched
hear it's
it.
better.
They like the thing about Deadly Premonition 2 is like it was kind of rough at launch. It
was a shit show.
It was kind of rough. It was
kind of rough is being incredibly generous.
You know, like a variable.
You can play that game as much as you
the
want.
The frame
like,
rate hit almost single digits while you were
did.
A variable 9 to 16 frames per second.
Okay,
you know,
so bigger mess than Flight Simulator, but smaller mess than Cyberpunk.
Definitely smaller than Cyberpunk.
Okay.
Definitely smaller than Cyberpunk.
Okay, so we can keep that for now.
And like there was an issue, like there were coming off the missing.
So, who added The Last of Us writing?
I don't know.
Was that always there, or did that just pop up?
No, that's been there
for a while. I
Okay.
I didn't add it, so I don't know who.
Okay.
I don't think that's that much of a mess, honestly.
Somehow I missed it until just now.
Yeah, it might have even been me when I was first adding stuff to this category, and I haven't played The Last of Us. I just remember there was just so much controversy around, around that. There was the whole Twitter war with that one guy.
Oh yeah, that was rough.
Yeah.
Can I cut Deadly Premonition 2?
You can remove Deadly Premonition 2.
Okay.
I think it's more the Last of Us thing. I think it's more things surrounding the writing and like like the Neil Druckmann is maybe more is what that thing should be than than The Last of Us 2 writing. Like
is Neil Druckmann big enough to stay on this list?
Probably not. Okay. Honestly, as much of a dick as he is, probably not. I think.
Okay. Yeah, he's constantly fighting with the journalists about no, shut up, don't criticize me. It's kind of always grating, but he's grating in the way that he has always been grating.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I want to point out the writing of that game is terrible.
Is a dumpster fire. Is a mess. Let's say.
It's not great. I appreciate what they were going for. Like after I take some time, like okay, there's some ideas there, and there's some things that are interesting. I just I literally think like the decision that Ellie makes at the end of that game is incorrect. Like
it's also incredibly stupid.
Would not do that. Like straight up wouldn't do that. You've written this. You just decided this character would do that so that you could send some sort of message, I guess. But like that person wouldn't do that after all the shit she went through. She would not do that. That's insane.
I think the problem, a big problem I had with the writing of that game is knowing what happens in that game and then also having played Ghost of Tsushima, which makes basically the same points as that game, but much better.
There's many
and in the end of that game, you get a choice of which kind of ending you want, and both choices make sense for your character.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those things where it's literally like, yeah, this character could go either way on this. It's a coin flip. Like, they let you pick, but both endings make complete sense.
Unfortunately, the build up to the Last of Us 2 ending is no, she would not go either way. She would go this way, super her, even still.
And then they just do a 180 and they're like, no.
Like, no.
Yeah, no. I know how that game goes, and I am it's just such a disappointment. Granted, I wasn't expecting much because they also wrote Last of Us 1. but like
Yeah,
I like Last of Us 1, but
I don't.
I had little faith, and then they
And-
gave me less.
I had little faith because of Druckmann's ego, mainly.
Yeah.
So
The Flight Simulator had some cool like individual things. Like there was the monolith, and there was that apartment building that was incorrectly reported in not GPS, but there was some data that had it hundreds of stories tall. And lots of cool little glitches, but I don't think any of it. I don't think it holds up as hottest.
I think that's the funnest mess.
Yeah, perhaps
Yeah.
perhaps the funnest mess.
Kind of same with Cooking Mama Cookstar, but also not like.
I don't know. I think that
like-
mess is pretty hot.
Like that
I mean,
mess
just
is
all
pretty
the-
hot,
that
but
mess
all
is
the
pretty.
legal
That
trouble
mess
around
is
that
so
thing.
crazy. It's just so crazy that even happened.
it's got the blockchain, man.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
oh God, I even forgot the blockchain. I just remembered the two companies suing each other and about whether they had the right to,
It was like what
yank
happened. It
the
was like
game at all.
it was like what happened is like the publisher released it even though like the rights holder didn't want to release it, so they just put it out. I guess is that the like I forget how it all when the dust
Yeah,
settled. I forgot exactly what happened
I forgot what happened in court afterwards, but yeah,
in court.
yeah,
So it was a
and
good way.
the websites, like their websites of both the publisher and the developer had like all these
Like
legal things
passive
on them around
aggressive
when the game was coming out.
letters.
Yeah. Cooking Mama was a pretty big mess. I'd like to keep it for now.
Fair enough.
All right.
No, that is one of the craziest messes that's happened. I think
It is pretty wild that even happened.
the
at all.
idea
I've never
of like,
heard
no,
anything
we're gonna
like that.
fuck you. We're releasing this anyways.
The people have to know about Cooking Mama.
And also mine Bitcoin for us.
That turned out to be bullshit, I thought.
Yes,
right?
like
Oh,
the
okay.
developer
Okay,
was
yeah.
like, this was the publisher learning about something and saying you should put this in your game, and we're like, okay, and then they put out a press release, and then we took it out because it didn't make any sense.
Cooking Mama featuring Long Island blockchain. So for hardware launches, not only were the launches themselves kind of a mess in terms of supply for Xbox One and PS5, but it continues to be a mess because everyone is using the same fabs for their silicon, and scalpers continue to scalp both platforms. And in addition to the PS5 and the Xbox, there's also PC processors and graphics cards, which launched at the same time, which use the same manufacturing process and are running into the same shortages and are being scalped even harder than the consoles.
Yeah.
Speaking
I think
of-
hardware launches is a pretty hot mess, and it
It
continues to be, because graphics card prices only keep going up to the extent that not only are current gen graphics cards sold out, previous gen graphics cards are sold out, and the gen before previous gen is sold out.
Speaking of
It is a
the
fucking
blockchain,
Oh, right, and blockchain's making a comeback, so people are buying graphics cards for Bitcoin again.
Oh my god.
Well, technically Ethereum, but it's a mess. Hardware is a mess.
It is a mess, but how much like it like it is a mess, and it's been fucking frustrating because I've been trying to buy a PS5 and just like I have money that I'm willing to put down for a PS5 and I just can't.
Oh, and in addition to all that, like all the different lines and queues and like the scalpers with their bots.
Yeah, the bots, how successful the bots have been, and just like TFP, you're the only human I've heard of who's got a PS5.
Yeah, for me, I think this went top threes easily.
I agree. Like,
But the counterpoint I think to all of it is like I don't know how much the pandemic had the effect on it and made
it definitely made it worse. It like 100% made it worse.
It's hard to live in the world, without that. But like, if you take that out, like, would it have still?
I think it still would have been a mess.
I think it still would have been terrible.
Why?
It might have. I think it would have been marginally better, but I don't think it would have been better in any appreciable way.
I think the pandemic actually did make it appreciably worse because even early on in the year, there were PC shortages. So many people were buying computers.
Right.
And when you add to that newer hardware that's less available, that's when you get like the current situation where not only are the new graphics cards sold out, but all of the graphics cards are sold out.
Yeah, it's just like there's no good time. There's nothing good to buy.
Yeah, I think it hangs. In any case, should we talk about Nintendo limited edition games?
It's bullshit.
That's just
It
dumb.
totally is.
It's fucking bullshit.
It's
I really
dumb
don't
and
like it.
weird.
So I mentioned before in the "Hey, rad, keep it up" the idea of freeing games from purgatory.
This is the opposite of that.
And this is literally making games with the express intent of you will never be able to play this again later.
Christ,
Yeah,
I know, like
I hate things.
It's
I really
absurd. I hate
things
it.
in games, especially. But I just hate things where they are really trying to capitalize on the fear of missing out, and just everyone like is trying to scramble because like, oh, you won't be able to get it because it will go away in a few months. I hate that because it's such an artificial way to make your thing sell. Like I'm probably never gonna play the Mario collection because I have all those games already, and like the improvements that they have to those versions aren't
Are
really
minimal.
significant to me, and in some ways there's some stuff that's like a downgrade. Like I saw there's more color banding in Galaxy, and it's just something like I saw the Digital Foundry breakdown. It's like, oh, that's not like Sunshine probably gets the best out of it all, but like
it makes sense because it's the best game in the
because
collection.
it's the worst one. It really fucking needed it. So, but it's just like why do that? Like it's just Nintendo being fucking Nintendo, and I think viewing it as like toys and cards and less of like games. And
so there's the Mario collection, there's Mario 35, and
and
there's
Fire
the
Emblem.
Fire Emblem collection, right? Those are the three.
It's not a collection.
Emblem,
It's just they put a translated NES of the first NES game, and I bought that.
Are there two of them though, or is
No,
it just called?
The name of the game is just like the Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light.
Oh, okay. I thought they were two games.
No, it's
okay.
It's one of them newfangled animes with the stupidly long names that just describes everything.
The Marth.
But Marth, yes.
Yeah, that's a mess too. Cause
the Nintendo one is, I think, infuriating is the best word to describe.
Absolutely infuriating. Cause fuck. Cause like if they just release it at like regular games, it would go down like I'd probably maybe pick that collection, this Mario collection, up in a few years for like $30 or something like that. When I'm like, oh yeah, sure, it'd be nice to have that. But because it's limited, in a few years that thing is gonna go for like $100. It's gonna be back to Metroid Prime Trilogy level of bullshit.
You know my favorite thing about Metroid Prime Trilogy is
how impossible it is to get.
No, is that I saw like a news story that was like, oh, they're gonna stop producing this, and then I went to Kmart and bought it for $20.
Jesus,
nice snatch.
At least with that, they actually released
it on
the Wii
they
U shop.
re-released it on Wii U Shop, and they re-released it again after that.
They printed physical discs.
Yeah, they did a non-steelbook version.
I did not know that.
Didn't realize that.
It's
still pretty fucking hard to find a physical copy of that thing. It still like goes for $100 or something.
Something like that. But especially with the steelbook, which I have.
Crazy.
Anyway.
Should we talk about Cyberpunk?
It's a mess.
Should
we? Yeah.
Holy fuck. I have never seen, I don't think I've ever quite seen something like this. Where just like riding the highest highs and some of the craziest amount of hype and good like early press coverage too. Like people played it like earlier this year and they were like, holy shit, Cyberpunk's amazing. This is gonna be the fucking shit. And then it comes out and like, well, then it gets delayed 3 times and then it comes out and it's
universally reviled.
Yes and no. Like it actually has pretty good reviews as far as like critics are concerned, who all played the PC version on like a fucking 3070 or 3080 or whatever the hell.
Right. Like if you set aside the technical disaster and focus on the game when it's functioning properly, you have something that's
it just
not amazing, but at worst passable.
Yeah, it just doesn't. For what it is, it doesn't even seem that impressive. Now I haven't played it.
I'm gonna throw this out there because, for the record, I have played it. My computer runs it just fine for whatever reason.
I've also played it.
If like even with the game running fine and a limited number of bugs actually happening, I don't want to finish that game. This game is not good, even without the bugs.
That
If
is
they fix
so-
all the technical issues, fine. It's not good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but
this
then
is
there's-
only. Sorry, go ahead.
And then not only is there the technical issues, but there's all like the management stuff and the crunch around it.
So it's
and
like the
stock
game
stuff.
itself. The game in and of itself in a capsule. Take the game alone. That's a disappointment. That's a hot mess. The game itself is a hot mess. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Then CD Projekt Red around it, even hotter mess.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
unbelievable, and it's crazy because like the internet turned on them when everyone kind of loved them up until that
Mhm.
point.
Yeah,
Because
they
the
were
Witcher
like
games,
darlings.
they were darlings because they came up from they were like the small nothing Polish developer, and I think they account for like a significant percentage of the Polish economy or something like that. Like they became fucking huge. They became a rock star level developer, and from fucking The Witcher 1.
I just want
Go
to
play
point.
Witcher 1 and look at that crap.
I just
Like,
want to point something out. If you have found the stream, there's something very funny that I want to point out about last
What?
year's list.
Oh,
Let me guess. Was most anticipated Cyberpunk or whatever?
Maybe. But you should
Yeah,
also
yeah.
look.
Figured.
You should also look at
Oh,
the number
no.
2 and the number 3 there,
Oh,
and then
man.
we go
right,
over
right.
here to this list, and we have that one, and that
Yes,
one.
I'm gonna just take
The
a wild
answer-
guess and say that Doom Eternal was probably also most anticipated.
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Can't actually find. There we go. I was trying to find the stream and I
Fantasy
couldn't.
Star Online 2 and Final Fantasy 7 Remake were the other two.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Continue talking about hot messes.
But yeah, it's just like they came, so everyone was on CD Projekt Red's side leading through Cyberpunk and willing, like, couple of delays here. And it's like, okay, that's okay. I feel like everyone kind of gave them a break. And then like the last 2 delays, it was kind of like, oh, fucking come on, guys. But still, people were very excited for the game to come out.
Mhm.
And then their messaging around it. So then so it comes out and it's a goddamn piece of shit on the base consoles. And people go, and then they put out that statement that's like, oh, you can go get a refund. Like you could any other normal game. Like they didn't have a special system for the refund. You could just go get a refund. And I don't know if you ever tried to get a refund through the Sony store before, but they
They don't do
screen you
refunds.
as though you're entering East Germany or something. Like they want to, okay, why is this thing? And I did get a refund. I pre-ordered it,
Okay.
and like I even downloaded it, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm probably not gonna get a refund on this because I downloaded it.
Mhm.
And that's the part of the criteria. And they were like, one time we'll leave this for that. And this is before Sony, which is the next step, is Sony pulled it from their fucking store.
Yep.
Sony
Delisting
pulled,
the game.
delisted
I forgot
a
that.
massive AAA game
I think
from
it's
their
still
store.
delisted.
It's still
Yeah.
delisted. It is not. You cannot buy Cyberpunk on PlayStation anymore.
Well, digitally, you can still buy it.
Digitally, you can buy it. You can buy the physical games, but you can't buy the digital version anymore.
Yep.
Fucking crazy.
That is a hell of a
Like,
mess.
Think of the games that have launched and have been busted over this past generation. There have been a number of them, and this hasn't happened. Assassin's Creed Unity, Fallout 4,
Fallout 76.
Oh God, take Fallout 76, please.
They didn't do that for those games.
God,
They did it for
That's
this.
a mess.
It's
that's
a mess. Hands down, I think this is the hottest mess. I don't think anything comes close to just the story
Yeah,
of this.
you
fucking
told
thing.
me.
Also, I want to throw out one thing that was omitted because it's not directly related to the Cyberpunk thing. The bit in the middle of all that drama where one of the other things that got the internet to fully turn on CD Projekt was them folding to Chinese censorship over on GOG.
Right. I forgot about that.
Right in the middle of all this, that just happened where they delisted a game that they were very, very bombastic about putting that game up on GOG after it had been censored from Steam.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're like, hey, look, we're doing it. Steam wouldn't, but we got it. And then, like, literally within the same day it was released, or like, I think it was actually like a couple of hours before it was supposed to come out or something like that, they came out, removed the game, and said that they had removed it after, quote, many messages from gamers.
Oh, right.
Expressing concern about the game.
Yes.
And yeah, so right in the middle of all of this other shit going on in Cyberpunk and everyone already starting to turn on them, they just ate a mouthful of shit and folded to Chinese censorship. So, just great times
which, to
all
be
around.
fair,
for
is
CD
a pretty
Projekt.
common thing to do, but
Oh no,
it
don't
also
get me wrong.
happens in the middle of their other stuff.
Everybody folds to Chinese censorship, as it turns out. Apparently, no one has any balls, but they proved it in the middle of an already ongoing controversy where they needed all of the good PR they could get.
Yep.
It's just crazy. And then
it was a hard fall.
I mean, the fucking yellow, a message with black text on a yellow background became a meme.
Yep.
Just that alone became a meme because anytime you saw that, it was like, oh fuck, what's the new release date?
Mm-hmm.
And then it was hilarious. Like they're listening to the transcripts of the shareholders calls and all that stuff. Is it's really. It seems like there was some pressure to release it or something because it was in a really rough state. Was there any pressure on your guys' side? And they're like, no, not really. We just wanted to. It's like what?
And okay, so we didn't even talk about this yet because this is relatively minor, but there was limited edition Cyberpunk Xbox One X's in the first half of last year.
Right. I remember that.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could buy them then?
Yes.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize that. I know they existed. I didn't realize they released that. Like they released anticipate at the April release date. That's crazy.
It wasn't even a Series X. It was an Xbox One X.
Yeah, so you could get a branded console that couldn't even play the game it was advertising
I can
properly.
barely play it to 30 frames.
Hot mess.
What a hot mess.
I think that is probably of these the hottest mess.
That's
Cyberpunk's fall from grace.
Which
Yeah, that sucker's got to win.
We'll get into further in the next category too, but
Yep.
So let's start weeding out the other ones, I guess.
I think Cooking Mama, that story is so nuts that I feel like it should be on here. But the problem is some of the other problems are more serious, I suppose.
Yeah, I would say that movie that story is crazy and unbelievable, but the other ones are infuriating, I guess. And
I guess
to me, that encapsulates hottest mess a bit more. Is
yeah, I could see Nintendo and hardware launches being the other two.
Yeah,
that's what
as much as annoyed as I am at this that happened yesterday.
Honestly, I feel like the DualSense Drift, in a way, because the PS5 is still so new, could almost be a part of the hardware launches.
Yeah,
you could wrap
what the fuck is with this this problem that should have honestly probably been caught
and then everybody wins.
Hardware launches feat DualSense Drift
/ accidentally playing the PS4 version of a game.
Hey, they patched that a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I didn't even talk about the software side of things, like all the bullshit with Quick Resume and the PS5 UI.
How Spider-Man Remastered apparently will brick your PS5.
And the fact that you can't back up your PS5 games to an external hard drive at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Anyway. I gotta make the bolt. Put the bolt. Anyway,
lock it.
Lock it down. We're almost done.
We close those fucking doors.
The doors are fucking closed. Most disappointing game. So 2019 most anticipated game winner, Cyberpunk 2077, Battletoads, Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout, Super Hot Mind Control Delete. 2019 most anticipated game runner-up, Phantasy Star Online 2, Doom Eternal, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, Warcraft 3 Reforged, Resident Evil 3, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, and 2019 most anticipated game runner-up, Final Fantasy VII Remake.
What is
team? Yeah, we have a fantastic track record.
Turns out.
Well, I mean, we're not wrong. You can want something and then it has to be crap.
That is a recipe for disappointment. Okay, so I'm going to throw out one thing right off start, why is Resident Evil 3 on the list?
This is a great question.
It was disappointing to me.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I did it or not, but I remember a lot of people saying, oh, this isn't nearly as good as the 2 remake was.
It definitely didn't have the love and attention.
It was not as good as the 2
got. But also, Resident Evil Original 2 and Original 3, 2 was better than 3 in that case too. So it's kind of like they had a lot more ground to cover for 3. With 3, my disappointment is that and it doesn't belong in the top 3. I just want to air
your grievances.
Okay.
Air my grievances with Resident Evil 3 remake. I really like it. It's a great game, but I think part of the reason I like it so much is because I do like 3 a lot, and I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. So replaying it a lot, I feel like I got my value. If you were just sort of a casual fan or something like that, I don't know. I feel like 3 could be really disappointing because it you would want to have to replay that game a bunch of times to really feel like you got your money's worth, in my opinion. And then it gets bundled with Resident Evil Resistance, which was not very fucking good. It was fun for a few hours messing around and whatnot, but like it doesn't have.
There was a fun stream of us playing that game.
Yes, that was the fun that we had with that game, and I don't think I'd have any other fun otherwise with that game.
Yeah,
just playing it as a multiplayer game, I don't think it works very well.
Yeah.
For that, and it's unbalanced too. Apparently, like it's gotten kind of.
Oh, it's super busted.
It's
like there's some insane bullshit in that game.
Yeah, so that's kind of like they made up the difference of like the side content and also like in Original 3. So in Original 3, you had you also had like a lot of unlockable costumes in the Original 3. They only had like a couple in the remake, like one really, and then one that was a pre-order bonus. Which is fucking stupid. There's no mercenaries mode, which really kind of sucks because you could at least have a mercenaries mode with Jill and Carlos, because Carlos does have a different mechanic as far as his dodge as a counter. Like that would be fun to have like a mercenaries time thing of get to this area. There's no mode like that. Whereas RE2 remake, they had the Ghost Survivor stuff that they added in. They had the Hunk Fourth Survivor. They had Tofu Survivor. They had all these little bonus modes that were fun little kind of side distractions, but were kind of like take the gameplay mechanics to their extreme and really go through it. And there's nothing really like that in 3. Going through the hardest difficulty is kind of that, but some of the stuff on the hardest difficulty is kind of straight up bullshit. And just 3 isn't disappointing in of a game in of itself. It's disappointing in what it could have been. It's a lot of missed potential in 3 to make it a lot better, to expand on environments and kind of make it feel like it has maybe a bit more the scale that RE2 had, but instead they just kind of like trimmed it down and made it a bit more. Like it's very linear too. It's just like you have that one city area in the beginning, and that's really it. You're railroaded to the ending from there on. There's no real environments for you to kind of poke around and have fun, and nothing approaching the mansion in 1 or the police station. So it's just like that sucked because in the original 3, the city streets were a big deal, and they were pretty large, and there's like multiple screens with the cities with just the streets. The streets are such a small part of 3 remake that it's kind of like. It's a disappointment in those regards. Like a bunch of little things of disappointment. Is it one of the most disappointing games of the year? No, but I think it could have been a lot better.
I have a counterpoint. I like Resident Evil 3 Remake a lot because old Resident Evil games are bad.
That was also going to be my counterpoint. Was somebody made a version of Resident Evil 3 that's actually playable now, so I'm okay with it.
Fair enough.
But also, I was gonna say, like, mostly I do get where you're coming from, and I wonder what that game would have looked like if Capcom was not fucking obsessed with making terrible multiplayer games based on Resident Evil.
Yeah.
What is their fucking deal? Have you seen that new one they're making?
Get psyched for Resident Evil. What?
RE-verse.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that. Oh, Jesus Christ! That trailer looks like the worst thing I've ever seen.
I saw that and like I was like, that looks like a fucking mobile game. What the hell is this garbage?
Remember,
that looked like an ad someone would make for their mod.
Fake. Yeah, it's like a fake. Yeah, it's like and they put like a weird. It's like, here, play Resident Evil 2 with a Borderlands filter.
Remember Umbrella Corps?
Absolutely.
I try not to.
Remember Operation Raccoon City?
I try.
I do.
So I just wonder what the 3 remake would have looked like if they didn't also have Resistance on the side. You know, like if they actually did put that effort into making other modes and whatnot for 3 instead of just making this fucking multiplayer thing.
Yeah, and it's not like a lot. Like the game just like like the clock tower it was a nice little area in the original, and it's barely featured at all in the remake. And there's this whole like in the original 3, instead of the lab, you go through this kind of area where they dispose of all the test subjects and zombies and everything. That's kind of neat, and it's just like it's just like, hey, here's more of the lab from 2, basically, So it's just like still a great game, and it's not like the most disappointing, but it's like, man, this could have been really something. And
and as a similar thing of wasted potential, Warcraft 3 Reforged ended up being like minor tweaks to the original Warcraft 3, and then they got rid of the original Warcraft 3 on Battle.net for some reason, whereas the StarCraft remaster included basically the full original game for free in its original context, and then a very good, well-crafted 4K upscale. And I think it also had re-recorded dialogue, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But basically, the StarCraft remaster was an excellent production, and people were expecting something similar for this. And we got some rushed crap, and then they laid the team off now, and they are having
Vicarious Visions.
Yeah, Vicarious Visions take over that team's responsibilities and not make Tony Hawk anymore. So yeah, it doesn't need to be on the list, but it's a sad time.
I think it's fucking insane that they got rid of original Warcraft 3.
Yeah, that's nuts. So,
like, I was actually looking forward to that remake of Warcraft 3 because I like original Warcraft 3. And I was like, oh, when that comes out, I'll probably pick it up and play it. And then I saw all the shit about it when it came out, and I was like, well, okay, I guess I'm never going to touch it. And then they got rid of the original, so I can't even go back without pirating the original version off some fucking back alley site. I can't go back and play Warcraft 3. That game is just gone now.
Yeah, I wonder what happens, because Warcraft 3 was actually as late as last year a relatively big esports presence in China.
People still play Dota 1,
and Dota, actual Dota. I don't know. I guess they'll just have to do it illicitly now.
Yep. Illicit esports. They'll join the Melty Blood in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one does suck.
So maybe to go from the bottom, as we often do, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I don't know if it's actually most disappointing, but I know there was a lot of disappointment around the changes to the story. And when I finally got around to playing it, I do like it, but I do not like the combat system. First of all, I don't think it's the best action-based combat that Square's done. I think Trials of Mana, which they did in the same year, has better action RPG combat. And on top of that, I would have just straight up preferred if they stuck with ATB. But I was willing to accept that I wasn't going to get ATB, but I think they could have done better with what they had. And on top of that, they made some decisions with the story that some people are more mad about than I am. But I probably would have preferred that they hew closer to the original on that front as well.
Yeah, my main thing with the 7 remake is that I think Rob's roughly in the same place with me on this one. I like original Final Fantasy VII, and I don't like basically all of the compilation stuff that came after it. So in my head, what I wanted was, oh cool, we're getting a Final Fantasy VII remake. This is going to go back to original Final Fantasy VII, aka all of the stuff about Final Fantasy VII I actually like. And it's not going to be all the dumb compilation bullshit that I hate. And instead, it's Final Fantasy VII. It's Final Fantasy VII for the people who like the compilation. And it is adding all of that shit back into the original story and saying, no, forget that original game. This is what people really want.
They want the gact.
I want to fucking vomit.
I guess Nomura is kind of George Lucas in the sense that he has this new vision of what Final Fantasy VII was, and people who theatricals, they just get shafted forever.
That is not a bad comparison, considering the switch from the original movies of lightsaber fighting being kind of slow and heavy to the prequels of everyone doing fucking somersaults through the air 15 times a fight. And add Final Fantasy VII going from turn-based combat to fucking Cloud flying through the sky, sword fighting a dragon with 8 swords at once, or whatever the fuck.
Like Advent Children.
Man, fuck Advent Children. Advent
so
Children
good.
is fucking garbage. Everyone who
Advent
likes
Children.
Advent Children needs to be lined up against the fucking wall.
Let me tell you something. Advent
Harsh
Children,
fair.
much like the rest of the compilation of Final Fantasy VII, did have the saving grace of Gact.
Was Gact in Advent
Advent
Children?
Children's not an
I
Advent
think he did. He just did the ending song. He wasn't
Oh.
actually like in it.
Maybe.
but-
The
I think the thing with the Final Fantasy VII remake is like I think everything that encapsulates the disappointment of the Final Fantasy VII remake is when I learned the deal with the Final Fantasy VII remake when Maker Man told me, because I was so excited for it. I played the demo, I fucking loved it. I was like, holy shit, this is gonna be so fucking awesome.
and then oops.
And then all Make Me Mad had to say was rebuild of Final Fantasy VII, and I went, nope.
Yep.
Don't give a shit
I
anymore.
was trying to think of a way to warn you without directly spoiling it. And I was
I'm
like, that's the best I
glad.
can do.
It's one of the
an-
few
that's an
times I've been
excellent
glad I've
analogy.
been spoiled. I usually hate it. I never, even if I'm going to be disappointed by it, I like to see it for myself. That is one of the few times I'm very thankful that you fucking said that, because I would be livid if I got through that game. Probably liking a lot of it, because a lot of it seems really good. I like how much they expanded Avalanche and like Biggs and Wedge and Jesse being a bigger deal and having more time with those characters in Midgard. That's awesome. But to be the fact that it's like, oh no, we're gonna kind of go our own way with it. It's not really gonna be a true remake. It's like, okay, well, I have no faith in you creatively, because why should I? I'm out. I'm tapped out.
I have a thought experiment.
So
Do you think Final Fantasy VII Remake would have been better if Tetsuya Nomura got to make his own Versus 13? Because I feel like everything since they took Versus 13/15 away from Tetsuya Nomura has been super spiteful, because he turned Kingdom Hearts 3 into Versus 13.
He did do that, yes. Wait, was Kingdom Hearts 3 last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The winner of most disappointing game last year.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, alright. Just checking.
And if it wasn't for Cyberpunk, maybe. But I don't know. FF7 Remake is just like, I went from being like, holy shit, I'm super excited for this. This is gonna be great. They seem to be making all the right moves, and I actually really like the combat from what I played of it.
Yeah, I enjoyed the demo. I
loved
did
the
kind
demo.
of think, so the thing is, like, my cousin does not play a lot of action games or anything like that, and he was also really looking forward to the Final Fantasy VII Remake. And the one thought I had while playing it was like, I think he's probably going to hate this combat because it relies too much on your reaction times and things like that. Like having to switch to like the counter stance when the enemies are attacking you and things like that. I was like, my cousin, who explicitly likes the turn-based combat and does not like action games, is going to hate this and maybe not be able to play this game because of this combat system. I didn't like that. But yeah, then it turned out not to matter because they fucked everything else up. So I was just like, oh well, never mind then.
It's not like,
Yeah,
I think my biggest gripe with the system isn't necessarily the action part. It's like I don't like staggering. I didn't like it in Final Fantasy 13, and I don't like it here.
I don't hate the stagger thing. I'm fine with it. For me, it is explicitly the part where it's like there should be an option because, well, again, I guess there shouldn't be because in my head, what I was thinking was this is a remake of Final Fantasy VII to like to stay true to the original or just allow the people who like the original to play it more in that style. There should be a kind of slow turn-based option that's not so reliant on reaction times. It doesn't require you to counter at the right time.
I think the reason I was so specifically disappointed about the battle system was again just that Trials of Mana had come out and it had done just like so much better at making a fun action RPG battle system in a remake of a Squaresoft RPG from the same year.
In
my opinion. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake, I think we can keep it. I'm not sure if it will make it to the top 3, but it definitely had its issues.
Yeah, that's a disappointment, all right.
I think just stick around.
Rob?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't gonna hang, but I just...
Which is weird, because, like, I don't know. Everything I've read about it seems way more interesting than all the pre-release stuff about this game.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Like all the when they showed it off at like the PS5 event, I was like, this seems really dumb. And then I read like some of the plot stuff, and I was like, oh, I'm actually kind of into this in a weird way.
Yeah, so like the campaign is pretty good. It's a little disappointing, not necessarily story wise, but just kind of there's like really only 4 or 5 like actual missions, and they're a lot more varied than past Call of Duty games. Like there's a whole like Metal Gear sequence essentially where you have to like sneak around and those guards and they have exclamation points over their heads. And there's like little side quests in the mission where you can like, oh, you can save this person and that will give you some bonus towards intel. And there's this whole structure of going back to your headquarters and like talking to people in the headquarters and reviewing evidence and like fun things where
Talking to
there's some like
people in your headquarters.
talking to people and like puzzles that you literally do puzzles to figure out like where the bombs are hidden essentially and all that shit. And that's good. It just like it feels like it should have been like a 10-hour proper FPS campaign to really flesh out what it was going for, and it just feels jam packed to fit into like a 6-hour, maybe 5-hour kind of thing
Huh, okay.
because they don't have the time to really do that because the money's in the multiplayer. And then you get to me, I get the multiplayer, and the multiplayer is disappointing because it's just like it's not a lot of content. And the pandemic definitely had a issue on that, but it was like 6 maps to start with, which is like really fucking low for a multiplayer game where you're gonna replay it over and over again. And just a lot of bugs too. Like people would do the challenges. That's probably the biggest thing that keeps a lot of people around for Call of Duty is all the challenges of unlocking camos for your guns. And those things were apparently bugged to hell. Like they would unlock it and then literally lose progress and then decrease in levels. It was just busted. It was just like a technical kind of mess, and there's just a lot of things around it was just unfinished. And apparently the story is like the Treyarch made this game, but Sledgehammer started it or started making a game, and then Activision didn't like what Sledgehammer's doing, and then like swapped in Treyarch to make a good game, I guess, for this year. And they only really had the story goes it's not been confirmed, but it's like they only really had like a year and a half or so, and then pandemic hit, so they were trying to like scramble to put this game together. And it's just like
I feel like it's both pandemic and like cross-gen, and that's not a good combination of anything.
Yeah, it definitely is that. It's like a lack of content and just kind of like buggy and kind of the fundamentals that's really strong, but just like this could have been a lot better. It reminds me, it's kind of like when Street Fighter 5 first came out, and it's like the baseline thing to me is good, but like there's just a lot lacking around it, and that's it basically. You can cut it. You can cut it.
Okay.
Cut it. I said what I need to say.
You said your piece. Yeah. Grav.
Okay, so Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. It's weird. Like it's competent, but I just don't have fun playing it, and I feel like I should, and I don't.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's like it's too Street Fighter-y, and you can be Street Fighter in a good way. Like I think Koihime Enbu is better Street Fighter, and I love it. But yeah. Grand Blue Fantasy Versus is Street Fighter in a bad way, where it just feels kind of clunky in a weird way that I can't properly describe.
This makes sense to me.
That's all I have to say about that.
Because I agree that I feel like Street Fighter is very clunky.
I don't think it makes top 3.
Way on Doom Eternal.
So Doom 2016 was a very good video game. Doom 2016 had really, like, I feel like the highlight that you could point to as being like, this is a good part of Doom 2016 is pacing. That game was immaculately paced. You're
not wrong.
You moved through the story at a like really solid clip. It would reveal things and etc. 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 And it was a good time. The levels were like 10 minutes, and it was just blow through them. Doom Eternal decided it was going to be the Doom 2 to Doom 2016's Doom 1, where they were like, we can go bigger. And so now all the levels take like 2 hours.
That's so tiring.
in the same it's you're in the same environment for like 2 hours and nothing changes. That's like the big issue. There are other issues. Like, I don't think Doom 2016 hits the tone that I think Doom 3 kind of originated in a better way than Doom 3 did, of like corporate Satanism.
Yeah.
In a way, like, that is funny, and all the characters kind of react to it in a way that's like everyone who's not the Doomslayer is taking it seriously, and the Doom guy just wants to move. Doom guy just wants to punch demons in the face. Doom Eternal, nobody takes the corporate Satanism seriously, except, like, it does the opposite, where it seems like nobody is taking it seriously except for the Doom person. And I say that as a game that also takes itself insanely seriously with all its dumb lore and nonsense, where like there are codex pages talking about and lo, the Doomslayer rides upon with his sword of molten lead, and like that nonsense. But like all the corporate stuff is treated more like just an overall joke compared to Doom 2016, where it was funny, but it wasn't a joke, you know? If that makes sense.
It also seemed like to me, just from taking in some of Doom Eternal compared to Doom 2016. Doom 2016 was like, I wouldn't say subtle, but like didn't necessarily beat you over the head with it. Whereas Doom Eternal seems very happy to just constantly beat you over the head with, don't you get it? Like, isn't this corporate environment bad? Haha.
Yes. And then also, fuck Marauders. That's my last statement.
They're pretty bad.
Which I guess also goes into another problem with the gameplay, in that like Doom 2016 was really good at letting you kind of play how you wanted. And apparently that was a problem, as stated in interviews with the Doom Eternal people, who were like, we found people like kind of settled into like ways that we thought were not the right way to play the video game. So we're gonna make you play the video game the right way. Like, that was an actual interview.
That's the most disappointing thing I've heard about Doom Eternal.
That is the main problem I had with it, and that is like an actual interview I found where the developers were saying like, there is a way that we want you to play this game, and if you play it our way, you're going to have a lot of fun. Otherwise, it's not going to be a great time. Like, they explicitly designed the game to funnel you into one play style because that is how they prefer to play the game, and therefore that is the way you should be playing the game.
That sucks.
Because like Doom 2016 was almost a Metroidvania in the sense like there's an exploration and upgrade paths.
Yeah.
And you can like once you find a way you want to play, you can actually enhance that.
Exactly. And
well, Doom... it's like almost like combat sandboxes in Doom 2016.
Yeah.
It's like, here's all these tools, and in particular cases, one tool is going to serve you better than another, but you can use anything you kind of want to get through it.
Yeah. Whereas with
this
Doom 2016
feels there are a lot more hard counters to you in this game.
Yeah.
And there are a lot more hard counters to the enemies, to the point where it feels pointless to do anything but use this weapon is against this enemy. Use this weapon against this enemy.
It reminds me kind of a DMC Devil May Cry. Of like...
Yeah.
No, like now that you mention it, that kind of like, there are color-coded enemies. Use this weapon against this enemy.
But just more colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm gonna play it, but man, that's disappointing.
I think Doom Eternal is the game I was most disappointed by in the year 2020. And like I said, I played Cyberpunk for an hour, but I played it.
Yeah, Doom Eternal was rough for a lot of reasons. That to me, that's the main one, is just the way they kind of funnel you into a gameplay style that I am not a huge fan of. The Marauders are really bad because they are, I think, they're the high point of that. Of this enemy comes out and his entire purpose in life is to make you play a certain way. You have to fight this enemy one way. There is one way to beat him. If you aren't fighting him this one way, he's going to kill you with no problem because you can't hurt him. Like, just straight up, just like, if this enemy appears, stop what you're doing, fight this enemy this one way, and then go back to the game. He's an interruption. It's like getting a fucking ad break in the middle of a video. You have to get through this before you can go back to doing the thing you actually kind of enjoyed, which was the rest of the game. I don't like it. It's a bummer.
I haven't played it yet, but yeah, that doesn't sound good. I assume we leave it for now.
PSO2 Grav?
Yeah, I'll start. There's something there. The actual combat is fun, and it adds things to the PSO mix, and I enjoy it. And then there's all the other shit. Just everywhere.
Then there's menus.
There's mining and fishing and menus and a bazillion different NPCs and class upgrade trees and paths and reclasses and multi-classes and events and multiple currencies and frickin'
fun scratches,
cosmetics down the wazoo, and
gender locked cosmetics,
daily login bonuses.
It's a free to play game, is what is.
Subscriptions. There's something there, but there's just so much on top of it that I'm not playing it. I'll give it another try with
Sega creates new Genesis.
Sega releases new Genesis, but for now, I feel like if I want to play an action RPG, there's lots of them. They're good, and you know what? There's the original Phantasy Star Online, which I can just jump into, and it's Phantasy Star Online.
I feel like I still like PSO2, even with all its dumb free-to-play nonsense, more than PSO1, but I will admit that that's just me.
Yeah, the core combat is probably better, but I just feel like as far as the overall package, PSO Online Original is easier to get into, and I have more nostalgia for it. Most of my disappointment for PSO2 comes from the squandered potential rather than the lack of a good core. Anyone else want to weigh in, or?
I think we were the only two who played PSO2.
Fair. Oh yeah, and the other thing, which doesn't really chart for me, but is worth mentioning, is that for a 8-year-old game, it does not run well. It requires way more hardware power than it should by any account.
Which is weird, because my computer ran the Japanese version.
If you have a Series X, it'll run fine. If you have an original Xbox One, it's not going to be so hot.
It seemed fine on the One X, because I haven't played it on the Series X yet, but...
Okay. Yeah, just my previous computer... Oh, actually, I don't know if I ran it on my previous... The first time I played it was on Xbox One S, and there you really had to crank down the graphics to get acceptable gameplay.
Yeah,
and even then, in the lobbies, it would just chunk to hell.
I feel like that's just a thing with, like, yeah.
Anyway, that's not why it's most disappointing or even a contender, but that was a thing. Super Hot. I'm not sure if I was the only one, but
no, I played a little bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's entirely solid and it's more Super Hot. And maybe I just didn't want more Super Hot. But on the other hand, when I was playing Super Hot VR, I was like, hell fucking yeah, this is the bee's knees.
Yeah.
And for some reason, Super Hot Mind Control Delete did not do that for me, to the extent that I felt like I was missing out on something that could have been here.
I feel like this might be getting into a little bit of spoiler territory with Super Hot Mind Control Delete, but I feel like it's like inverse Spec Ops the line in terms of like the entire game of Super Hot Mind Control Delete is like, stop doing this cool thing, it's actually super bad. And it's like, no, fuck you, it's very cool. And like, don't you feel bad about doing this cool thing? Whereas in Spec Ops The Line, it was, don't you feel bad about doing this bad thing? And it's like, I do kinda. Thanks, Spec Ops: The Line.
Yeah, I wasn't even like necessarily getting into the narrative. It was the gameplay that I just felt like I'm not having enough fun that I want to continue.
I think the lack of one-hit kills on you really hampers it as well, because you can just tank hits and just keep going, and it's like that's less cool.
Yeah, I'd be okay with cutting it, but I was disappointed with it.
I was disappointed. I don't know if I'd say I was most disappointed.
Yeah.
Steal Fall Guys.
Yeah, so this is a weird one in that I didn't actually have expectations for it because it kind of came out of nowhere, but it was just huge for the first month-ish. And I played it and I was just like, this doesn't feel particularly good to play, and maybe I should I approve of it on a conceptual level, but I'm again, it's kind of the same thing with Super Hot where I'm not having fun, and I feel like I should be, but I'm not.
I enjoyed it briefly, and then I was like, I don't want to play this anymore, and then I didn't. But
yeah, again, not sure if it's top 3. I just felt like it disappointed.
And
Battletoads.
Wait,
man,
can I say my piece on Battletoads also real quick? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that first 4 levels are very funny. There is the bit. I think the first level is kind of funny, and then there's a bit where all the Battletoads have to work regular jobs because they were in a weird bunker that was a weird holodeck thing forever, and they got out in the real world, and the mission where you have to make the Battletoads work real jobs, I think is genuinely very funny. And then I didn't finish it.
Yeah, and I agree on that, and I actually like what they did with the narrative, because the question of what do you do with Battletoads is a hard one to solve, and I'm not sure they solved it, but they did something that was funny and I think generally entertaining. And the art style, which I was originally just like, no. Once I saw it in motion, that was okay too. Where Battletoads falls apart for me is the gameplay, which after playing just totally excellent beat 'em ups like Streets of Rage 4 and not this year, but stuff like Ninja Warriors again, and
I gotta stop playing with this. Sorry.
And Scott Pilgrim and any number of other good brawlers. This was not that. This was just River City Girls, exactly. Yeah, this just immediately I was like, no, I don't want this, and that's what made me stop Battletoads. And I don't know if I can legitimately call it a disappointing game entry because I didn't have expectations, but it fell flat.
Yeah, I don't think it's top 3 or anything, but I don't think it's terrible, but it could be a lot better. Is my stance on Battletoads.
Sure. Okay, so apparently Cyberpunk is sticking, judging by the dashes.
I think Cyberpunk is probably sticking.
All right, so what else do we want on this list?
I would say Doom Eternal, but that's because, again, Doom Eternal is my #1 pick for this, which I feel like Cyberpunk's going to win, and I'm okay with that. But
I feel like Cyberpunk is the winner here just because, man, that game could have been amazing and then
wasn't.
We talked at length about Cyberpunk in terms of the bugs and the stuff around the company. I just want to point out again that I think that game is just legitimately a kind of a shit game and just so fucking small scale compared to everything they talked about in all the pre-release stuff. Barely any of it is left in that game.
What they talked about and the scale that they seem to be hitting was just like an extension of what they did with Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is a fucking massive game before you take in the expansions. And then you take in the expansions and the Blood and Wine expansion for Witcher 3 is basically almost Witcher 4. It's so fucking huge. It's a whole new area of the map and it's probably a 20-hour campaign. It's crazy. So going into Cyberpunk, and they seem like they're oh, we've doubled our staff and everything. It's holy Christ, what the hell is Cyberpunk going to be like? This sounds nuts. and just hearing that, just like the game in and of itself, going through it, playing it normally, and in the best possible scenario as it is right now, it's like, it's all right, it's good. It's just
Like I played. Let me check on Steam to see exactly how much of that game I played. It has an hour count. It's not 100% accurate, but according to Steam, I played about 30-ish hours of that game. That's a chunk. That's a lot.
yeah.
But like that was me restarting the game once I realized that you can't change literally anything about your character once you start the game. Your appearance is locked in. Like in a game where you can go to the doctor and get your arms replaced with fucking cybernetic blades
That's
or
so
knuckles
crazy.
that set people on fire, you can't get a haircut or change literally your makeup.
Wow.
Like there's so much weird shit. That game feels like devastatingly unfinished in every way.
Yeah.
It's a shell of everything they talked about when they were hyping that game up. The fucking one of the first missions you do in the game right after the tutorial is a mission where you go rescue a this kidnapped woman, and in the initial gameplay previews of that game, they said that mission was 10 hours into the game. In the actual game, that mission is maybe 20-25. Maybe 20 or 25 minutes in. Like it feels like giant pieces of this game were removed.
That was the last part of the
not
game
like,
that I had played, was I rescued that lady, and it was like, yeah, that's like 30 minutes in, and that's if you dilly-dally in the tutorial like I did.
Yeah, and that's your origin. That's all your origin is the tutorial part of the game. And it gives you access to a couple of dialogue lines as you go through that, from what I've played, don't seem to really change much. Like, it's just such a bummer for everything they talked about with that game. And that's not even getting into all the bugs and the shit that doesn't work, but like, it's one of those things. It was the realization I had of just like, I don't like the game enough to bother trying to finish it.
Mhm.
And it's like a game that I've been looking forward to since it was announced. Is like, this seems awesome. This seems like it could be very cool. And it's just like, no, I just don't. Even though I'm one of the few people who can actually play it without problems. Like, there's a limited number of people who can properly play that game, and I'm one of them, and I still just look at it, and I'm just like, I don't want to, though. It's not good. It's a bummer.
I mean,
to me,
that's great and
that's
all,
just like a massive fucking disappointment.
but we gotta cut one more.
I say I'd cut Final Fantasy VII, but you know, I'm open to PSO2 also. I have no opinion on Doom Eternal because I have not played it.
The only reason I would cut PSO2 is because I didn't really bother playing it. Like, I installed it on Steam, I made a character, and then never touched it again. But the reason I never touched it again is because I took one look at the whole MAG thing, and just all the subsystems involved in all that. And I was just like, I don't really feel like putting the time into this. So, like, I bounced off of it for similar reasons to what Grav was complaining about. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure which one of these I would cut, honestly. They all bum me out in unique ways. I would probably cut Phantasy Star Online 2 just because it's the one I had the least invested in, I guess.
I would cut PSO2 because I still think it's worth. I think there's stuff there, personally.
Yeah. Yes, the reason I was kind of going the opposite way was I feel like there's more in the Final Fantasy VII Remake package that I like than there is in PSO2, but I, again, don't have a strong opinion. If you guys want to, because you guys definitely had a stronger feeling about Final Fantasy VII than I did.
Yeah, for me, the Final Fantasy VII Remake was just confirming something I'd kind of suspected. And, like, it's that picture of, like, man loses last bit of hope, like, last additional bit of hope he didn't know he had. Where it's like, I had already written Final Fantasy VII off because of the compilation, and they announced the remake, and I was like, oh, maybe they're coming back. Maybe this will be good again. And then it came out, and I was like, oh, no, it's the opposite. They actually went back and ruined the thing that was good that I still enjoyed. Okay.
You know what? Actually, one thing that would make me okay with keeping the remake and cutting PSO2 is, what the heck do you mean Part 1, you stupid motherfuckers?
Part 1?
I mean, hey, you know, they'll wait a couple years and they'll have a Part 2 for you. Hot new storyline going on.
I mean, we knew that long before it came out. Just still.
Yeah.
I think we can go pretty quick through the next three so that we have some time left for Game of the Year.
Probably.
Yeah, because I basically I basically didn't play fighting games last year.
Congratulations to Under Night.
Yeah. The only I think Baldur's Gate 3 would be better not in early access, is my issue with Baldur's Gate 3 in best early access.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I will say I have played a little bit of that Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth game, which, despite the really weird name, is actually a very good little Metroidvania thing.
Yeah, that
It's like
developer,
it
Ladybug,
feels like Symphony of the Night crossed with Ikaruga.
yeah, that
It's
developer
weird, but I like it.
has been putting out solid Metroidvanias for some time now, and I think this might be the best one yet. And it's still in early access, so
That's
it could, you know,
that's the
Yeah, they
the-
actually they recently had a pretty decent sized update to the early access that added like 2 more levels or whatever. But
that's the Luna Knights and Jack Bros people, right?
yeah,
believe
yeah. And they
so.
also did some games that were only available as bonus features for anime DVDs, but yeah, the stuff they're well known for would be the Luna Knights. Proteus looks amazing, but I haven't actually played it yet, so I can't, you know, say with certainty that it deserves to be on the list. But that's, you know,
that's what I was gonna say about Satisfactory, because I have not played Satisfactory and I think it looks cool, but I don't know. The only one on this list I've played is Phasmophobia.
It seems like people were really enjoying that. I didn't play
That's
it myself.
It is an enjoyable, goofy nonsense.
Gotcha. Anyone? So I'd be cool sticking that since it's something people actually played.
Yeah.
So should we beyond that? Should we stick Proteus or Satisfactory?
Personally, so this is going back to the most disappointing thing. Personally, I'd say Proteus, just because hey, maybe there will be another good Doom game coming out.
Fair.
That works for
And
me.
there's just kind of aspect of like, well, Doom Eternal went the wrong direction, in my opinion. Maybe Proteus, you know, will go in the right direction. But also, I've seen people play Satisfactory, and the people who have played it seem to really enjoy that game. It is a kind of nonsense, just factory builder type thing, but you know,
Also true.
it feels like No Man's Sky crossed with like Minecraft in terms of people just want to build nonsense.
Yeah.
Which, you know, there's a place for that.
I'm way into building of nonsense, but I'm okay with Proteus making it.
There's a place for that, and it's not on this list.
That's fine. We can cut Proteus.
And then
well, too late.
Oh.
We already cut the other thing.
Yep. Too bad.
Yes.
We're gonna opposite knife grab in this one.
Yeah. it's the
giving him the knife.
Yeah. I'm okay with
we're stabbing ourselves.
Both you two seem way into this Deedlit and Wonder Labyrinth game, and I am totally okay with giving it the win.
It's cool, and it makes me want to go back and check out the like manga/anime series it was based on.
Yeah, Deedlit is definitely my personal pick, but I'd be okay with Phasm if you guys like it because everyone seemed to love that game.
I think I'm the only one who played it.
Okay. I have only ever seen VTubers play Phasmophobia.
like Giant Bomb seemed to like it a lot too, so it must be pretty good. Okay, cool. Congratulations, Deedlit. Congratulations to Wasteland. Fuck you, Call of Duty.
Joke about, but you can frame him for nuclear war in that one.
In Call of Duty,
you can fuck over.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that's not disappointing about that game is the campaign. You can do a quote unquote bad ending,
which seems like the good ending, but you know.
Oh, it's so good. So your character, you make your own character in the campaign of that game, and you give yourself a backstory or whatever and whatnot. It's revealed as you go to near the last mission that you are actually an agent that was working for Perseus, which is the spy that they're all trying to track down.
Who's voiced by the guy from Legion.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
The Shadow King.
Nice. That guy's fucking great.
He's so
yeah, so your character is actually a agent of Perseus, who is a guy, a Soviet agent, or maybe he has gone rogue at this point, and has codes to all of the nuclear bombs in Europe because America has planted nuclear bombs in every major city in Europe, just in case.
As you do.
So in the choice you get, there's multiple endings in that game. The choice you get is basically to side with the CIA and the guys who have almost killed you and brainwashed you into helping them, or go back to Perseus and say, hey, fuck these people. I'm going to send them to the wrong location. You meet me there and we'll kill them all. And you can do that. You can murder Frank Woods and Alex Mason and all the original Black Ops people and kill them all and set off all the nukes in Europe and blame America for it.
Okay, that's actually awesome. I did not know that.
Fucking rad.
I
Totally
was reading
breaks the
that and I
canon
was
of
like,
the Black
that's
Ops
kind of
universe
great.
if you care. What's that?
I was like, that was one of the things that I was reading about. I was like, oh, that's actually really clever. I'm into
That
this.
part is fantastic that you can do that, and it makes sense too because like I saw that I'm like, that's what this character would do that. Fuck these people. Fuck the CIA.
These and so Wasteland 3's use of former U.S. President
Yes.
Ronald Reagan is also like it's also pretty good and amusing in that there is a post-apocalyptic cult called the Gippers,
Nice.
and they worship the AI of Ronald Reagan.
Amazing.
And the cult is so weird because like so all of the women in the cult are named Nancy.
Yes.
And then as part of the plot, because like one of the story of Wasteland 3 is like you're trying to get this Colorado warlord's like kids back basically, and because one of them is planning to a revolt, one of them is just the Joker, and then the other one is just a nerd, like a computer nerd. And the computer nerd guy is hanging out with the Gippers, who also control Colorado's oil, because of course they do. And the Gippers don't like. There's a everything about this sentence that I'm about to say, like it sounds like I'm describing a fever dream. There's a commune of socialist robots that are hanging out at Denver Airport, and the Gippers are like, okay, we'll give you this guy back if you can go to the godless communist robot zone and get us a robot and give it so that we can put Ronald Reagan back in a robot body and then fuck the Ronald Reagan because we're all Nancy. And then you go to the communist robot zone, and like the leader group of the robot zone is like, this is an interesting idea, but all of our AI is like, maybe you should send the Ronald Reagan to us in the socialist robot zone, and then we'll help you out. And so you can do that. You can trap Ronald Reagan as part of the socialist collective of AIs and robots. And then you have to murder all of the Gippers. And there's a giant laser eye statue of Ronald Reagan that you can also fight.
I like everything I've heard about this game.
Well, that's better.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say that's better.
I mean that's better, but also props to Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. I was not expecting that.
Oh yeah, you can really fuck shit up in that game.
And we made it. We made it to the end of the line. It only took
4 hours.
4 hours.
5 maybe.
4 hours. 3 hours,
5.
48 minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
As we hit the game of the year top 10.
Whoop whoop.
Dun.
Do I still have? I don't have the tab open. Hold on. Wait. Oh no. Wait. Furious clicking. Don't mind me. The game of the year. Thank you. I had to get back the sound clip.
Nice.
Our nominees include Streets of Rage 4, Trials of Mana, Under Night in Birth, Extolate, CLR. Remember when they made Ralph Macchio say that? That was a good time. Bloodstained, Curse of the Moon 2, Hades, Super Mario Bros. 35, Arcade Archives, Sunset Riders, Hot Shot Racing, Animal Crossing, New Horizons, Yakuza, Like a Dragon, Watch Dogs Legion, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Immortals, Phoenix Rising, User, Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Neo 2, Paradise Killer, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1+2, Resident Evil 3, Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics, Tell Me Why, and Wasteland 3.
Nice.
Tell me why.
You ain't nothing but a heartbreak.
Tell me why.
I don't know the other lines of that song.
What is tell me why?
So I think a few of my top 10 probably won't hang in the collective top 10, and the first 10 are my top 10. Super Mario Brothers 35, it was fun. I don't know if it has longevity, and I don't know
It
if
doesn't.
anyone. Yeah,
It has
the opposite of longevity.
I was discounting the fact that they're literally going to kill the game. Even I don't know if it has longevity.
You can't discount that fact. That is a part of that game.
Yeah, that game has an expiration date.
I'm
built
gonna
into
say
it.
it really doesn't have longevity.
I enjoyed the little bit I played, and then I kind of stopped playing, and I haven't felt the need to go back. It is definitely fun, but if you are willing to sacrifice that up front, that shall be the first cut.
I think that's right.
I was gonna mention, like, I think Tell Me Why is probably the best thing Dontnod's done since that first Life is Strange. It's a very similar, like, episodic choice adventure thing.
I think I know this.
Set in Alaska.
Yep.
And so I feel like the secret to Dontnod is they need a mystery, and not. I didn't play enough Twin Mirror, but apparently that goes off the rails, so maybe not.
Oh,
but
really?
yeah, I've heard that apparently just goes off the rails at some point, which is unfortunate. Okay. I haven't finished it.
I also did not play much of it.
I still want to finish it, but we're gonna get there. But I'm okay with cutting Tell Me Why.
Duke?
Tell me why.
Another one that is objectively an amazing game, but might not be Game of the Year quality, is Arcade Archives Sunset Riders. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I would say that if we were doing, hold on. If we were doing Game of the Year 1991, you might have a case.
All right, yeah, so I'd be, fine just getting that out of the way, since it is literally emulating the arcade machine.
Yeah. Like, not even like a remake-y type deal. Like, it's just literally, just drop a ROM on a modern emulator.
Drop a ROM on it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Anything else that would be a quote-unquote easy cut?
Probably Clubhouse Games. I think that game's cool. I played it until 5 last night.
That game is very cool. I respect that game. I respect their commitment to the bit, if you want to call it that.
I mean, it's like, do you want a really good digital version of just like a bunch of weird card games that's at a pretty reasonable price? Yeah. Whoops. Nope. That was wrong here.
You could probably continue that. Honestly. You could probably cut Resident Evil 3 unless someone else feels strongly about it.
I mean, I like it, but I don't know if it's top 10. I don't think any of us put it on our top 10.
Yeah, I do really like it, but I don't see
it's on my top 10, but I don't think it hangs here.
Yeah. Another one that might be like on my top 10, but not collective. Did anyone else even play Hot Shot Racing?
I did.
Okay, what was your take on it?
I mean, it's really good. I don't know if I'd say it's top 10, but I think it's... And it's like...
It's an incredibly solid racer, but it might be too one-note maybe to hang on a collective top 10. I'm not sure.
The other thing that I kind of feel like is, did you ever play Horizon Chase Turbo?
I did not.
So Horizon Chase Turbo is a bit more outrun compared to like Hot Shot's like virtual racing kind of deal. And I think I kind of prefer the outrun style to the virtual racing, but...
Gotcha. I think I actually go the other way. I just, I thought that maybe that would not be a collective thing, considering I wasn't expecting anyone else to even have played it. But
it's on Game Pass. I have Game Pass.
True. It is that, yes.
Okay.
I have one other game from my list I'm willing to cut, but I don't want to do it right off the bat, and that is Bloodstained: Curse of the Moon 2, because I really like that game, and I I like that they added co-op to it, and I had fun playing that with Serve. But I also don't think it's as good as the original Bloodstained Curse of the Moon.
I would agree with that, but also like Assassin's Creed Valhalla is here, and this I would say this is the weakest of the 3 Ubisoft open world games of the year, like by a very large margin.
Fair.
I am okay with cutting that because
speaking of those games, what's your take on Watch Dogs Legion? Does that hold up?
I really like Watch Dogs Legion. I think I would have replaced it on my personal list with Immortals if I had played more of it. Like if one of these is going to make a top 10, it's probably going to be Immortals, and I'm okay with that because Immortals is probably a better open world game than Watch Dogs and like genuinely funny in ways that I was not really expecting. But I'm okay with cutting Watch Dogs at this moment.
We don't have to knife anything yet unless you think it deserves it.
It's not gonna. I would rather lift Immortals comparatively.
Okay.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I like Fuser a lot, but
Fuser is like conceptually amazing, and I love seeing what Vinny did with it. I did not play Fuser. I generally do not play rhythm games, so I can't.
I did play Fuser. I think like you can create some real fucked up shit in Fuser in ways that is great.
I think they had a really good library of songs in there. I commend them on that.
No, like my piece on Fuser here is their library of songs is amazing because like they have the right balance of like this is genuinely good like listening stuff like the Killers, there's like a Kendrick Lamar song in there, like genuinely good stuff. Memes because they have like Dragostea Dinte and Never Gonna Give You Up and Bring Me to Life, and then stuff that you don't think would be good in a thing like this but turns out is amazing, because they have like Dolly Parton's Jolene, and I love just kind of cutting that in every once in a while. Got like a fucking Glenn Campbell song in there that's like has a really good guitar track that kind of goes with everything. This game is amusing and it's fun for me as someone who I'm okay at rhythm games, but if you put a real instrument or anything musical in my hands, I'm not gonna do any good.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that it lets me just make nonsense. But I feel like I'm okay with it. I don't think it's one of the top 10 collectively. It wasn't even one of the top 10 for me. But, you know.
Stabbed.
Yeah, I definitely respect what it did. Let's see. Anything else prime? Yeah, we might have to cut Bloodstained then if we still need like 4 more before we're even top 10.
12, 13, yep. Are we okay with stabbing Bloodstains?
Yeah, I think I'm okay with it.
I think it's pretty cool, but you know.
Yeah. I really like Wasteland, but I'm kind of okay with.
Oh, I guess
I got it in the category that I feel like it belonged in, and I'm okay with letting it have that glory of runner-up on best sounding. Because like it
and winner of Ronald Reagan.
And winner of Ronald Reagan. You know, I think that game's cool. I think that game's still kind of buggy, also, which is unfortunate. But you know, it's a modern PC RPG. All them things are fucked up.
How do we feel about Miles Morales?
I was just gonna ask that. Yeah.
Of everything else,
it's on my top 10.
It's on my top 10 as well, but
I think it is legitimately good.
Yes.
But I also think it's a huge bummer that it is kind of like a weird half game instead of a full-on thing. Like, he got stuck with a pseudo-sequel instead of giving Miles Morales a full new game, and it's kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
Like, you get, like, 3 boss fights, and they're reused mostly from the first game.
You get because there's like a boss fight against the Vulture, which is reused, and then there's
Oh.
Rhino, which is reused, and then there's like the Prowler's new, and the Prowler's very cool.
Yeah, the
And
Prowler's new and the Tinkerer is new, but I think those are the only 2 other boss fights, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like, so there's 4 bosses in the game.
Oh,
2 of them are
bummer.
reused from the first game. Most of the enemy types are reused from the first game. Like, it sucks. It's like I wanted a full-on Miles Morales thing, and just kind of realizing how much of it was just asset reuse, basically. Or like,
I mean,
we
it's
already
still,
had this thing. Let's
it's
just do
still
it
pretty
again.
good asset reuse, but it's
It
definitely
is, but like it's just kind of like a bummer. I wished
Whoa.
it was more like the original Spider-Man game.
2, 3, 4,
Where you at?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
One
You
more
gotta
gotta go.
One more
I
gotta
think, okay, so here's what I'll say about Under Night. It's my favorite fighting game of all time, but this year's edition is just one new character and minor balance changes. As a collective list, I think it might not hang, and if anyone else wants to weigh in one way or the other, feel free.
Got nothing.
Yeah, I just
I
don't
feel
play
like
Under Night.
I feel like the comparison here is like Paradise Killer is very good, very stylish, very everything, but like just it's not that fun to play.
It's not.
Yeah, because I was okay with that making the top 10 just because
I
think it
I really
deserves
enjoyed watching you play it.
From what
that's
I've
the way to
what
play
I've
it.
seen of it. I think it deserves a spot. If Under Night is just kind of like
Just only one
you
more
know,
new character and
not much of a change, and it's kind of the same game. It's kind of like
Right.
Are we okay with cutting it?
Yeah, if I had to cut Under Night or Trials, I would fight for Trials because I think
That's fair.
is a significant overhaul of its concept material.
And I think with that,
Just as an example.
I think that's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. 10. Top 10 right there. Now we gotta order these shit.
I'm the only person here who played Neo 2, right?
I have it
think so.
sitting behind me, but I haven't played it. So yes.
Yes.
So Neo 2 is the first game with a character creator and a devil trigger and a bunch of new features and weird enemy skills that you can use. It is the first game plus. It is just a straight up better version with more stuff, more weapons.
Oh, it's not gonna...
It's just a straight up improvement on the first game, and the first game was already my favorite Souls style game. Neo 2 is fantastic, but I'm also the only person who played it. And I think that there are a couple of areas where the game might slip as far as like the first one had a few things going for it. One of those is the story in the first game was significantly better. And I know the story is not something that is generally talked about when it comes to Neo, but the first game did a much better job with the pacing of the story and kind of letting you get used to the characters as you went through. The second game time skips a lot. Like a lot and in really jarring ways because your character explicitly does not age. And the other characters do, sort of, except for the ones that don't, and they don't really explain why some do and some don't. It's just very disjointed. Like the story doesn't feel very cohesive, and it feels like I like the general thrust of what they were going for, but compared to the first game, it is much less consistent, and it seems like more of an excuse for things to happen. I don't know. Neo 2 is great,
But
like in everything except for the story area.
But you would say it's number 10.
It's number 10. I think so.
Oops.
I like it, but it should definitely. Wow, that was the wrong name.
not that one.
No, that one will be higher.
Yeah. So, something I'd be willing to offer up for a number 9 or a number 8 would be Trials of Mana, because I love that game and I think it's a terrific remake. But I also think I was the only person who played that, right?
Yeah.
So in a collective list, my hill to die on is Streets of Rage 4. So I will.
I think that's gonna go up. I think that's gonna
Okay.
be decently high because I mean we all played it and we all. I
enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it quite a bit.
So I was actually going to suggest as number 9 instead of Trials of Mana at number 9, Paradise Killer, because it has roughly the opposite problem of Neo 2.
Yeah.
Where I like the story and the aesthetic and everything else, but the gameplay part is not very fun.
I would agree with that.
That seems fair. Yeah.
And then Trials of
and,
Mana
like,
can go above that.
I put it higher on my own list because I think I like it, but I'm totally willing on a group list to say like, there are things I would put above it.
I'm gonna be honest. I read your list and was like, "Oh, cool," and then I made my list. And after I finished my list, I looked back and went, "Holy shit! I forgot Paradise Killer existed." But I had already made my list, and I wasn't about to go back and throw something in the middle, so I was like, fine. But to be fair, that game is very good, and I would have had it on my list had I remembered it existed at the time. That's what you get when you do your list early in the morning.
Yep.
How do you feel about Animal Crossing?
I mean, it's my number one, but I know that I'm the only one
Okay.
who would put it at number one. So like,
I'm just
I
curious
think
where things are going to fall.
I would be.
Go ahead.
I would be willing to like just stick it at number 7 at this point.
Well, I was gonna say for our personal number ones, we can wait a little while because I feel like there are other things that none of us feel like number one strongly about. Like, let's say Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Where should that fall on this list?
Yeah, I like it. It's definitely not like a top 5 for me, so I can put it anywhere.
So
7 for Tony Hawk then?
That works for me.
Sure.
I'm okay with that.
How much did you guys like Yakuza?
I liked it a lot, but that game's so weird. How far did you get? Make me mad. I mean, I know you know the thing.
I got a little ways into it, not nearly as far as I should have, but that's how I always aim with Yakuza games.
I know you know the thing that we're gonna just carefully talk around here because
we are gonna talk around it, but I am gonna say in broad terms a thing that I've said before. That game has the most. What was the term that I used for it? I can't think of the word that I used, but it is the most just like convoluted. There we go. I think that was.
You said ridiculous, I believe.
Ridiculous is another good word. I want to say there was like a word in particular that had like encapsulated it, but it is more ridiculous than Rubber Bullets.
Yes.
It has that game has the most ridiculous plot element.
I'm very curious.
And I said that, and I thought I was being hyperbolic, and then TFP got there, and he was like, "No, this shit's crazy," and I was like, "Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks this." No, it is so much crazier than the Rubber Bullets thing. It's like, what the fuck? But that said, it is still very good.
Yes.
Okay.
Like.
Yeah, the reason I brought it up was because I don't know about this group, but like on the internet as a whole, a lot of people are saying like, there's too many random encounters and it goes on too long. I'm not sure if that was a sentiment here or not.
I don't. People say like that last area is super grindy, and it's like I feel like I spaced out my grinding well enough.
Okay.
That like. I mean, it was my number 2, but like. I realize that my taste is not necessarily the most in line with anyone else's here.
Yeah, I mean, I can't comment too much one way or another, but when I've seen people playing that game, I'm like, fucking yeah. So I respect what they're doing.
What about... Like, I know we all liked Ghost of Tsushima, but I don't think it ended up particularly high on any of our own individual lists.
Yeah, I don't remember where exactly I put it on mine, but I was a big fan.
It's one of the top 10 games. Like,
yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's like I like it a lot, but I could see it going.
Would we be okay with Ghost of Tsushima at number 6?
Oh yeah,
makes sense.
Duke.
Although I will say that personally, I feel slightly guilty because I know I'm the only person who played a lot of Immortals that it is going up this high on the list.
I mean, well, something went horribly wrong.
Immortals is another one of those that I haven't played, but from what I've seen of it, it looks like a very competent one of those, if you can call a vaguely Breath of the Wild game one of those.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's genuinely, like, of this year's Ubisoft games, I think it's the best one.
Then is it next? Is it 5?
I would say it goes at a good number 5.
I would say that.
All right. And then it sounds like maybe Yakuza.
Now we start
is
clawing at
4,
each other, I think.
Yeah, and the knives are going to start coming out here.
I would say Yakuza
Or
4,
no.
Animal Crossing 3, or like I'm good with either. Either Animal Crossing 3, Yakuza 4, or Animal Crossing 4, Yakuza 3.
No,
I
this
feel
is
like
7.
which is 4 plus 3, so I'm right.
Oh damn!
So is at this rate, it looks like Hades is going to take number 1 just because collectively we all enjoyed it enough. Is that the idea?
I kind of
mean,
feel like
I
that's how
would
that's
lean
going to end
towards
up.
that.
I think
It-
that game is fucking.
Because
outstanding.
unless we're literally going to kill each other until I have Streets of Rage 4 at number 1, that's not making it.
I mean, I think
So-
Streets of Rage 2 is probably going to make. Or Streets of Rage 2. Streets of
Yeah,
Rage,
Rage 2.
Streets
Yeah,
of Rage
now we're
4 is probably going to make number 2.
Okay.
There we go.
That seems likely.
I think that's how this list's going to work out. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if Yakuza's or Animal Crossing's at 3 or 4.
Yeah, that's like
I don't know what.
at this point
I
it's
like Animal Crossing, but it is I don't know. It's one of the things. It could go either way because I do like Animal Crossing. It's just not my particular style of game. Then again, I think I finished a Yakuza game in my years of liking Yakuza games.
so like
So I like them in a very odd way.
Seems really. I haven't played it obviously, but seems really good.
There
My
is a lot of
wife really likes
is-
Animal Crossing.
it has the
and
bizarre
been-
nonsense.
And has had some choice words to say about this Animal Crossing,
Oh,
not in a positive way.
okay.
Just like updates that Nintendo has done to the game that has just been like ass backwards of just like despawning rates of bugs and shit just to make it more annoying to get things like apparently just it has become kind of a pain to get things you
There
want.
was a lot of weird stuff
that
around the
game.
periphery of that game, like with the NPC markets and
the slave markets.
The slave markets?
You don't know about the Animal Crossing slave markets?
There's slave markets in Animal Crossing?
I also didn't
Yeah.
know about
Trade
this.
markets. What?
So like because people want specific villagers, and then there are people out there who will be like, oh, I have this specific
Oh.
villager in the state where
Oh,
they can
right.
move away, and if you
Oh,
pay me
right.
like $60 real, you can have this villager.
They're talking about trading villagers, or paying real money to get villagers.
and not related, but I do remember hearing a lot about like the whole weird stuff with like how the save ties to your Switch and how local co-op or lack thereof works.
Yeah, like the local co-op is not great. You only get one island per Switch.
Mhm.
Like there are parts of it that are not good.
But with all
And-
that said, like when
like-
people talk about what game is getting them through quarantine, Animal Crossing was very high on many people's lists.
And that's
True.
one of the things that I would say in this game's favor is like I didn't get like you don't get to go out and mingle with people these days.
Mhm.
And like it'll take a while because for whatever stupid reason, when you go to someone's island, everyone has to not be in a menu and not talking to anyone, and you gotta wait for them to load in, and there's a long animation of them flying in. But like you get to mingle with people, and I feel like that's something that shouldn't be overlooked in this era, which is why I think I would lean like Hades 1, Streets of Rage 4, 2, Animal Crossing 3, Yakuza 7, 4 is like the way I think this would be ordered.
I'm fine with that. I mean, I don't have super strong feelings on the specific battle between Animal Crossing and Yakuza.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna pull a knife to get Yakuza at 3 and keep Animal Crossing at 4.
Yeah, it doesn't particularly
So-
matter to me which one they fall in.
And Hades was, I want to say like my number 6 or something, but it's a legitimately solid game, and I feel like that is definitely like the consensus game.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because, like it was
I don't
lower on
think I've
mine because
run
like I mean like personally I would say I think this is thus far been like a Drogan. I can
Drogo.
type.
Like a Drogon.
Like a Drogo. Like a Khal Drogo.
Like I think Hades is probably like one of my least favorite Supergiant games from like a gameplay perspective.
Wow.
I don't like roguelikes, but I like that game
don't
enough.
either. I fucking love Hades.
Well, I don't like fucking fantasy football, and yet here I am loving the shit out of Pyre.
Yeah. Pyre's great.
It's fucking fantasy Space Jam in the post-apocalypse.
Yeah.
Like I would say Hades' combat is probably my favorite gameplay.
From someone who bounced off of Bastion and Transistor both pretty hard because I just didn't like the way they played. Like I love the way Hades plays.
It's weird because like I play Hades and I'm like, this is just Bastion, but with permadeath, and then you have to start all over, and I'm like, oh.
But you start all over, it's like 10 minutes or something, or like 20 minutes at most.
Yeah, like I was getting runs in of Hades before I went to work in the morning. Like I'd wake up, shower, eat, and then just like do a run of Hades and then go to work and still have.
And it was
time.
like it was crazy how many times I would like, because like how different the weapons are, and yet I could feel comfortable with any of them. I would just go for the one that got the bonus, and then took that in, and then I get a boon that I'm like, oh, I don't know the deal with this boon. I haven't really used it that much. I don't know about this, and then like kind of be worried in the first little area, be like, I don't know about this run, and then I'll eventually get to the last bit and be like, this is the best fucking setup ever. This is the best way to do it. Play. Like every time, every run.
I had so many of those.
So many times where I started off going, this is gonna go to shit. I can't believe this is gonna. At least I'll gain some experience, and then by the end of it, I'm like, this is broken. This is fucking broken. What I've just done here.
The first time I beat the game was that because it was like one of the first times I'd used the gloves.
Oh yeah.
I was just getting nothing, and I got shitty boons.
Yeah.
And then it's just like I just got like 2 or 3 back-to-back
combinations
combo.
Yeah.
And it was just like, oh, okay, never mind. This is actually pretty good. And just you start just getting more and more. And it's like, oh fuck, this is absurd. And then I just like destroy the final boss. It's like, oh god. And I just had that feeling of like, well, I'm never going to be able to beat the game again because I'm never going to get this setup.
Right, exactly.
And then it's like, oh no, the next run I just got something equally broken in a completely different way with like none of the same shit. And it's just like, oh, never mind. Okay, this is my new shit. This is the thing now.
Yeah, the thing about Hades, like every run felt like the best run, basically.
The different aspects that you get change things so much, and just like the simplicity of the boons and the way they combine, like it feels like there is a fucking ridiculous amount of variety in the runs you do in that game and the way the game plays. I adore it, and that's not even getting into all the story shit.
No,
I don't even mind
characters, which are fucking great.
Yeah, I don't even mind when I die because I'm like, great, I had to go give this fucking ambrosia to somebody anyways because I need to advance their storyline.
Yeah, it's awesome. They got like story, like a linear story to work in roguelike, but also like just such fantastic core combat, and yeah, it's great how much like as you like get through your runs and you get like your first complete run and it's successful, and then like the motivation, like your Zagreus's motivation just changes.
Yeah,
like
because before it was escape, and then you get through the first run and it's like, well, okay, escape is impossible, but
you can find
now you got to talk to your mom. You got to find out the full story.
Right, and then it becomes that, and then it evolves from there to become just security break the Hades for me, please.
Yeah, like you now have an actual job again.
Yeah.
It's like you now have a way to actually serve the realm while you're doing your own thing. And also keep the gods of Olympus distracted while we try to find another way out of this mess that we're in.
Yeah. It's crazy how well the story works in that game.
Also, can we just talk about just everything about that game, but especially the character designs and how they're amazing? Everything in that game looks so good.
They're like some of the coolest looking versions of those characters ever. Like
I think their version of Zeus is like the coolest version of that character I've ever seen.
It's great. His beard,
his fucking beard going off into the clouds. And
yeah.
God, the designs are so good. They're so fucking strong.
Everyone's horny.
It's true.
Yeah,
and everyone's horny for them, just like Greek mythology.
Yeah, that's a take on Greek mythology.
Turns out
this is a good list. This is a good. These are all good lists.
It's true. We've done it. 4 hours
Done
later.
it again, everybody. High fives all
High
around.
fives all. Well, no, we can't high five
Slap.
at the moment.
Slap.
Oh shit! Right.
High five, but then immediately get some like Germex and just
roll around in a vat of hand sanitizer, then high five.
Yeah.
I just want to be pure.
And then roll around in the hand sanitizer again.
And then type your signature on the bottom of our document with your anonymous spirit animal.
What am I? I was anonymous coyote. I should have signed anonymous coyote.
Do I show up as
Formerly
anonymous, or
known
do I
as-
just show up as like?
No, you're you.
Yeah, I figured. Anyway,
Did you make
You
the
don't
doc?
have it.
yeah, I
You
made
don't
the
have a
doc.
spirit animal.
Yeah, okay.
No spirit animal for you.
So that'll do it from us for Game of the Year. Join us in a year.
One more year down.
when
And
we
what
do-
a year!
What a year! Yeah, it's a year that should hopefully stay down.
in this
Been a year.
in that 7 years removed from the year of Luigi.
Wow, time flies.
Remember
It
the
does.
year
We're
of
still paying for it.
remember the
Man,
year
we
of
need
Luigi.
Dr. Luigi more than ever now.
We do. Well, we have that mobile game that's got Dr. Luigi and Dr. Yoshi and Dr. Three
Dr.
Goombas
Tribe
stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, but all these guys seem super illegitimate. Especially now that we know that Dr. Mario wasn't even above board.
It's true. Anyway, I'm gonna hit the stop streaming button, and then we'll continue talking about illicit Mushroom Kingdom doctors in our own time. Oof. Night.
Good
Bye-bye.
night, everybody.